Happy Friday. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome back. We're gonna do case 2. 2 of them. Hope you're doing good. Welcome back. Happy Friday. It's Friday night somewhere. We're gonna go back to the lawyer's flashback case? Question mark? I was really confused when they were like, remember the second case you did? And I was like, yeah, I do. Wait, do I? So, we're gonna find out what that's about. It's getting out of time. I know. The first case was a very good one, though. So, we'll see. Yeah, I'm expecting them to just drop us into the deep end with bullshit. So, finish your lunch full of Mexican food. Let's go. Appreciate it. We're gonna get back to it. Yeah. Oh shit. Anyway, there's 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. I'm seeing double. 2 cases. Let me cut up so we get back into it. Hope everyone's having a good one. Thank you for tuning in. I was just watching through like I was watching there was a new someone mentioned yesterday, I think, that there was a level 5 thing and they had a new Layton trailer today. And they announced that it's coming to Steam and PS5, which is surprising. So the bit is New World of Steam, parentheses, coming to Steam. But yeah, I couldn't tell, like, I'm looking at the backgrounds and I'm like, is there AI in here? I can't tell. Apparently, so the level 5 stream was in Japanese, and they just posted a version with subtitles and stuff. But I looked, there was a Polygon article that was like in the intro of the stream, which is in Japanese, so I don't know what he's saying. He like talked about AI and acknowledged it and like said something about like implying that there's hope, like basically like slightly backpedaling some of the language. And I'm like, I really want a translation of what he said. I would love to know. But I didn't see anyone talking about it. So if anyone knows Japanese and wants to translate for me, if you look up the level 5 stream that was this morning, it's like about 5 minutes in, because there's like a countdown and stuff, and he's just talking about what they're showing off, and I'm just like, I have no idea. So I'm on the case. Yeah, if you want. And in English okay, when I was looking on YouTube, it was just Japanese with Japanese subtitles, and I was just like, So anyway, I would just like, I'm very curious what they have to say, because obviously I'm a Layton fan. I would love to play New World Steam, but
was a man. I mean,
what?
He was a dragon man. Or maybe he was just a dragon, but he was still Trogdor.
It's Trogdor. There's been a lot of Trogdors lately, which is great. It also is my, I should make more hammies, but thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks for introducing me to the good game music. Sorry to interrupt. I don't know nothing to apologize for. Thank you. Yeah, I wish that like streaming copyright was very different. I could just play whatever I want to listen to. But I'm happy to just be able to share a lot of game OSTs I like, and I'm happy to. They apologize. Was glad to see. Yeah, I mean, we're living in a soft backpedal era, which I'm like, please more. Like, it's delicious. I'll be patient if I need to be, but like, man. Anyway, well, yeah, that whole thing exploded with their opening, whatever that was. So who knows? Yeah, backpedal harder, please, and sooner. I literally, that's fine. Yeah, I'm like, fingers crossed. I want to play New World of Steam, but. And if someone's like, it's stupid, I don't care. It's really important to me to not support works that are like, especially because Layton is like such good art across the series. And yeah, I don't prefer the 3D art to the 2D art. They announced that it's like all 3D cutscenes, which is a bummer, because the 2D cutscenes were part of the charm. But it's okay. One thing that struck me as funny is they showed off a bunch of new characters. And one of them seems to be a talking bald eagle, because the game takes place in America. So what says America more like a talking bald eagle? And at least in Japanese, they don't have any information on the English dub, but they were showing off the Japanese characters and their voice actors. And they have Akio Otsuka, who is, I best know him as the Japanese voice of Snake in the Metal Gear games. He's like any VA, he's been in 50 million things. You've heard his voice before, but I was just like doing a double take, like, wait, what? He was just like yelling about how he's a bird and he's not bald, and I'm like, that sounds familiar. So when I saw his name pop up, I was like, what? So anyway, let me get caught up so we can go back to Ace Attorney, because man, I'm having fun. Luke can talk to animals. Oh, I was like, why is there a talking bird? That's so weird. Maybe they can just no, Luke can talk to animals. It's true. It is true. There's a shot in the I hope that they're like, actually, we threw out all the Gen AI work and we did it all by hand, so I can play the game. But yeah, now that it's on Steam, I'm like, well, now they are supposed to. We'll see if they do. Supposed to disclose Gen AI usage on Steam. There's no enforcement, so they can just get away with it if they don't. So I'm mad, but maybe that'll give us more information about what they did. But yeah, there's a shot in the trailer where Layton's talking to Luke, and he's like, Luke, you're no longer my apprentice. And he's looking up with the biggest, saddest eyes. It's like, no! But then he continues, and he's just like, because you're your own detective now. Oh, okay, it's fine. But there's a brief moment where you're like, whoa, no, he's being mean to him. Mean to him. It was funny. I'm just gonna keep my distance emotionally from it until I learn more. But just, yeah, level 5 said a bunch of shit last year that just set off every red flag in my brain. So we'll see. Also, no release date. They just said this year, which is like, yeah, all right, fine. Take your time. Especially if that means we have to delay the game to make more human-made art. That's fine by me. Between streams, some resubs from Whack on Waterton, The Real Trevor, and Arc the Hero. I don't know how to read my own notes. Thank you. The Skittle Skitty. It's too early in stream for me to be tongue-tied already. Thanks for 7 months. Bail him out. Bail him out. Get him out of there. Jazz Fusion Deadhead, thanks for 25 months. If you multiply the months I've been subbed by 12, that would be how old I am, I think. I have a riddle for you. If you take the number of months I've been alive, divided by 12, how old am I? Toastmosey, thanks for 5.5 years and a tier 2. Thank you. Happy 66 from these very real baseball players who wore the number 66. Burke Badenhop, Garrett Clevinger, Jansen Junk, Matt Marksberry, Blas Miner, Dovidas Neverauskas, and Shay Spitzbarth. Thank you. And Smash Breaks 100 bits. One of the key producers of Rhythm Heaven, yeah, Tsunku, record producer, songwriter, diagnosed with laryngeal cancer. Yes. He posted on Twitter about his hype for Rhythm Heaven Groove, talking about how great it is. It's heartwarming. Absolutely. Yeah, Tsunku is a big driving force of Rhythm Heaven. And if he gave it a thumbs up, then I am relieved. Milky Pork, thanks for 64 months. What do you call a number that won't stand still? A Roman numeral. I got a translation. Hey, thank you. With the advent of AI, we've reached a point where we must explore new forms of creativity. With that in mind, we're going to find ourselves reflecting on what true human craftsmanship means and renewing our commitment to creating exceptional experiences. So much of nothing. Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay. The Polygon article made it seem a little bit more like, oh, they like, not like a full backpedal, but just like doubling down on human creativity. That just sounds like a nothing burger. That's just kind of corporate speak for like, AI lets us do new things, but humans also matter, which is like, that's not different than what you said last year. That's just softer language of the same thing. So yeah, that doesn't bode well. So R.I.P. Layton. I'm so sad that as soon as Unwound Future died, as soon as Unwound Future ended and he sent off Luke on the steamship to America, he was hit by a meteorite and died. It's so sad that Layton died a terrible death, but you know, it's better to see a character come to a conclusion, I think, than see them turn into a automaton wearing its own skin. So very sad. Layton could tank a meteorite. He could parry it. Frame perfect parry. Underneath, yeah. It's true. There was no, I mean, they could do prequels, I guess, but you know, there was timey-wimey shenanigans in Unwound Future, so who knows? He died in every timeline. Meister Jazz, thanks for 42 months. Enjoy your Doki. Herlock Fight. Put him up. Citterell, thanks for 34 months. Tracker, thanks again for the hammy. Appreciate it. Thank you for just making good game music. Thank you. Fingers Mahoney, thanks for 4 months. Hey, B-roll. Today was my grandmother's funeral, and a stinky streamer boy stream is just what I need to cheer me up. Hug your loved ones, everyone. I can concur with that sentiment. I hope you're doing all right, and do what you need to do to feel better. And if that involves watching me be stupid and bad at ace turning, I appreciate it. Whatever you gotta do. Wishing you well. He has an anime sword fighter. That's true. He died the way he lived. Big hat. His tombstone's just a big hat. So. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Anyway, let's get back to whatever the hell is happening in this game. Which, I don't know. Let me unmute the game. Over here. Yeah. I'm very concerned about what happened in this case that Holmes was like, we must never speak of this again. It's like, there's no world where that makes me feel better going into a case. So, well, yeah, here's your recap. Susada did a little Yuri as a treat. And now we're flashing back to the events of Greatest Attorney 1 to a case we didn't know we missed. I wonder if, because there was at least one, like, 3 months later kind of, like, time skip. So I wonder if this is during that. We'll find out. Yeah, Yuri takedown. So I think I can just continue, or I can just probably do this. Select adventure over here. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Which is, if I do, from the first game, it was the, where my room? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. So that was the lady who was walking outside, bent over, got stabbed in the back because the Garadebs have a stable relationship. Rolly beaten his wife. Patricia, I think. All that, right? Yeah, and then the Sound of Baskervilles. Yeah, so something related to that case? That was, wait, that is the case where we had the Shakespeare man hanging out outside. Are they gonna do the thing? Let's see. Well, oh, maybe I should just hit continue then instead of this. Yeah. Investigation part 1. Let's go. Yahoo, yippee, wahoo. Yeah, and the B-Man. There was 2 of them. 2 very suspiciously developed NPCs.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night.
Again?
One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Or the same one?
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of
Okay.
just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
The fucking Shakespeare guy. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. 6 months, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to be here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Yeah, I'm Miss Ryotaro. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. They were flatmates? They were flatmates. 30th of August, 7:28 a.m. Ah, Runo, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had surprise this morning. Shush, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Morning. Didn't know he was a fan of DK64 Randomizer. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Get back. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? White man jump scare. Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Ikarishta. Well, that really is a surprise. This man is a nightmare. Yes. This man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. I'm feeling the aggression return. Yeah, you almost missed him, and then he shows up and you're like, this fucking guy. Ugh. You love to hate him. And you hate to love him. But alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. I want to stab. Put him up. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, as published in Ranced magazine. Immediately understand the rage. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right. And she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. He seems, like, disappointed whenever he's in that stance. I received a letter. I think he's disassociating. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. There he is. Oh yes, what fun. Let me show you my armband. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shush, not another word. Oh yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is in fact the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Oh, do I have to look around at everything? When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearths alight all day long, and I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really no use at all. Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals. Hurley? But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. An extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle's extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Of course. Brilliant. The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. So as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib? Bit of a damp squib, that cold fire. Oh, I must be decrabbed at once. And beetle off. Hutward. The huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure. And firmly locked shut. Save me, Crab! That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases. Yeah, so I've been led to believe. Though personally, I've never actually seen inside. Nobody knows the name of the guy that invented the air conditioner. Shit, you're right. And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. Is there a beast inside there or something? Oh, no. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Aero conditio. Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They are souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. Wonderful. I forgo, my dear boy. You can't expect me to remember every detail from every sordid affair. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Miss Susato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Iris would murder Pearl? Oh yeah, an Iris takedown, suplexer, off of a bridge. Why not? Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement, right from the outset. You make it sound like a meeting of great minds, but the truth is Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name. Hurley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all. That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? It gets analyzed. An extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results, that's the key. And I confess, I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. It's like a hitchhiker's bit. That might not help. It can analyze anything, but we can't read the results. So we invented the analyzer to analyze those results. Ace uses to paint 40k minis. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous? It's a Stradivarius. Though I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo. Didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbrokery among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Sherlock Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label. I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling. Oh no. Better if he doesn't know. Tea time? I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Ah, well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. Is that more or less than 10 bob? 55 shillings is equivalent to 10 bob after inflation. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Stratifartius. Oh, yes. That's because different blends can have very different properties. You have a good one, Duke? Yeah, bobflation. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. 10 shillings is 10 bob? Wait, what? Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. Hmm. Yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle. Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle's another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. A proper Herlock Sholmes conundrum, huh? Maybe it was just blue. There are so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves. Oh, do be careful, Bruno. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. What? He said he was hungry. I'll be extra careful. Hurley, no! Hungry. Rob, rob, rob. Hurley, it's poison. Hungry. He drank something. I can type with my eyes shut, you know. I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think you might just have fallen asleep on the job. Hello there. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Those horses ran a long way. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustached twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you. Clearly. He's definitely a cat. He said he's a cat. Why would he lie? So what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. You got too many poop, we'll take it from you. No, I practice good sexism. Exactly, that's the point. That case. The haunted one. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yeah. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? It's been 4 months since we waved Susie off at Dover. The cliffs of Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Because her father had passed away. No, it said he was suffering from a high fever, cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Oh. Who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar's quite surprisingly full today. What does he know? What does he know? An astringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? Don't rat jam, help me. I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Oh. With a squeaky hammer, and then a real hammer. He scuttled off rather quickly there. Beetled even. Yeah, Hurley is IRL doing the diddles dance. Like, Iris, what do you think about this? I don't know, this is suspicious. What about you, Hurley? Just doing the fucking dance. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. 4 o'clock, wallow in self-pity. 4:30, stare into the abyss. 5 o'clock, solve world hunger. Tell no one. 5:30, jazzercise. 6:30, dinner with me. I can't cancel that again. 7 o'clock, wrestle with myself, loathing. Very good. That feels verbatim from the game. So Seki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. As I remember, at the end of the first case, which was the one that we had, the other Clouded Kokoro, at the end of it, he was like, I'm heading right back to Japan immediately. And then they're like, bye. So he was involved in a second case immediately? Or maybe I'm just misremembering how the end of that case went. But of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they? The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The Case of the Haunted Lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. This is the game is afoot. And a leg. Music. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. Diddly-diddly-diddly-diddly-doo. And so, Iris and I decide to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. So I guess I'll sit around reading about old cases and trying not to cry. Okay. And then Runo showed his badge to everyone for like 20 minutes. These notes are very detailed. It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. No! A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. I forgot that she was fine. I keep thinking that this is her dead on the ground. So it's just... ugh. The art, it haunts me. The drawing of her, like, from the side bending over. You're like, what's this? It's like, no! The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but... everyone else was right. Everyone's just like, oh my god, she's dead. By a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. She snapped into a Peter Griffin death pose. And then she gets Sephiroth. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation, was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Oh no. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Her rates aborts at once. Don't tell me it's like, she's like, no, a person stabbed me. I heard footsteps. It wasn't a knife that fell out of a window. So Susato and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. What's a hansom? Like a handsome cabbie? Ugh. Remember Me was practically a creation of the artist. Eugene was originally defendant of the case. Nori pointed out the case is mostly men. Eugene coaching Susato on her own defense makes him look a lot more sus. Sorry was made as best friend to Parallel Runescape and Cosmos relationship. Okay. Neat. Yeah, that definitely would have been more. Because, like, I'm increasingly suspicious of Mikotoba. He's hiding stuff, and he was buddy-buddy with the judge, and they were in on it. It's just, like, weird things going on there. So if, on top of that, he was also the defendant, it would be like, what is going on? So, yeah, making it her friend was a good call. A trigger warning. Quite serious, but nothing graphic, but very serious topic. Yeah, go for it. You can put it in the chat. 5:30 a.m. St. Bart's Recovery Ward. Rat! Animated rat! There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Sholmes, move! There's a rat! Out of my way. Try and keep an eye on chat for whatever the warning needs to be. Oh. You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. I missed it earlier. I might have missed the earlier one. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Just fucking go. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now. So, the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Later half of the case, on-screen attempted suicide, alongside an on-screen animal death. Copy that. So if anyone hears that and you're like, nope, we can probably have people in chat give more warning close to. Fun fact, this case 4, and this case originally meant to be one case. The first game led to being split in 2 cases. Yeah, gotcha. I knew that. People mentioned that. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. Oh, she's so sad. That's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... Oh, yes, here we are. Miss Green. Rat! I want to rotate it. Eek, a mouse, Mr. Naruhodo. An enormous mouse. Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. This must be a great hospital. The rats are well fed. It's a really funny line. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. Look at that chunky rat. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Why? A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Oh, Naruhodo, what will we do with you? He's hungry. Oh, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons. Yes, this is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Rude. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. They were drawing the Onion Knight from Dark Souls. It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Mahon. Women aren't lit. I'm reading what the game said. Warning for fat phobia. Slightly late. I'm not mad at you. It's just funny to be like, by the way, there's just random fat phobia in this case, it seems. There's a photograph in this frame here. Oh. In case you didn't notice. Yeah, no, I unfortunately noticed. They said earlier didn't see it. Gotcha. Okay, I missed it. I never read chat, you can understand. It's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? He looks a little bit like the patrolman. But maybe that's coincidence. Roy. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. There's like an easel. Why can't I look at this? What's over here? Slightly more room. The townsfolk. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. What is with this game's obsession with, like, feeling slightly hungry? Start grabbing random bottles off the walls. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. Paracetamol. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. Was Sholmes being held here? Patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear. How worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. The family history started here. Any family history you want to declare? Yeah. Eating of random things. Poison, glass bottles, you name it. Ma'am? Good morning. Huh. Oh, she's so sad. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no! Was it your knife that? Are you the man who? No. I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikutoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one? No. I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. This poor woman. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. You don't need no talent to be an artist. That's true. Look at me. Seeing as we're here... I'm allowed to be self-deprecating. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective. I suppose. But first... Oh, I was gonna show her my badge. About the incident. She bends over forwards to get stabbed in the back. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose for 4 days. All that time. For 9 years. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in hospital, I mean? Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. I mean, don't forget he, like, hid in a pile of books and stood at the window like a freak. So, he helped. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. I forgot Sholmes was here. I was distracted by the rat. I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Olive Blue. About yourself. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Blue olives, that sounds bad. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means, I suppose Saseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She's suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. If anything bad befalls her on the way home from hospital, I'm writing a sternly worded letter to Capcom. Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Mr. Narrow Fodder now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Hi, Todd. Could you all fuck off? Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Saucy Nutsmeg. Who the hell is that? Mr. Oh, not Soseki Natsume. Okay, Natsume sent a message to me? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? He did say his lodgings were haunted. I'll hail a fiacre at once. First, they're hiring a handsome cabbie. Now they're hiring a fiacre? I don't know any of these words. Crushed in her books, probably. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. Well, fiacre, you too. Fiacre? Fiacre to the theater? A small four-wheeled carriage for public hire. Alright. Neat. And now, the very next day, There's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Worse than the unluckiest man alive? Okay. Okay, alright. Where are we back? The 21st of February. Oh, thank God. Oh, I'm so glad Shakespeare's dead. I'm glad to see him, and I'm glad to see him dead. This has been weighing on me for months. Either he was never gonna show up again, or he was gonna show up and be like, who, me? Oh ho! And then he was gonna be like a witness in doing like performances, quoting fucking Macbeth. And I was gonna be like this, but I'm like, oh, he's dead. Phew. They were friendly. Was he? I don't know. My dream come true. It's like the least. It's in descending order of oh no. This is the least oh no. I'm not like, whatever. It's fine. It was me, I had motive. What on earth? He tried to eat his tea with a fork. No wonder he died. Oh my, the gentleman's deceased without question. He's dead. Brevity is the death of Shakespeare. Get thee to a nunnery. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Why? Why is this happening? Why to me? This is the building, but this isn't his lodging. Wait, was this the, because if I remember correctly, when we were in his building, there was a lodger on like the floor between him and the Garadebs, or like one of those floors. There was like some line, I think, where they were like talking about who else lived in the building, like don't worry about it. I don't remember. It's too long ago. I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was home after 2 days of misery. Not his room. Right, not his room. But I'm trying to remember what else they said about the other tenants in the building. So, he's the floor above here. Okay. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. A willful worm without wiggle. Willful worm without wiggle. That's the saddest one yet. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Arrgh! Not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you! Didn't he write a letter? Oh, he wrote it to Naruhodo. Yeah, no. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. Morning wiggles in this unreal. I'm sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. He has good reason to hate Sholmes, more than most. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Tisk! Here they are, already. The busybodies. Every time they fade out and we see this man dead in the background, it's funnier every time. Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Just like a brief frame of just dead. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. The official reason for such an interview is that they received criticism. They're out of place because the colors change? And the dev team wanted more chance to show off their mocap tech. Who the fuck? Who sees an anime cutscene in their video game and goes, the colors are a little different, I don't like it. That is insane. Who the fuck? That feels like a false excuse. It feels like it was probably a budget or timing thing. Or like a production issue. Rather than weebs do. I guess anime fans would. I would grab them by the scruff. I mean, I literally was talking earlier about how they confirmed that at least, I don't know if they confirmed. They just said the new Layton game only has like 3D cutscenes as like a selling point. I'm like, but the 2D animated cutscenes were so charming. Yeah. So, probably budget. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Scooby-Doo would rattle their brains. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, no, the pedantry never ceases to amaze. I would be surprised if it was really like enough people expressed that as a complaint to go all the way up to the top. Good morning, Inspector. Yeah, no, the animations are great. Like, as I said last time, I think they did a really good job with this, and like the other, basically all of these attorney games in 3D did a very good job adapting the poses and stylization of the 2D sprites from the GBA. Like, this series is one of the better adaptations I've seen of, like, an art style into 3D. I think they did a good job. As we'll see soon. Yeah. I mean, just look at the Suzato double takedown from last stream. Don't you go touching anything. This is a crime scene. Good morning to you too, sunshine. Well, Iris isn't with us. Oh. We're just all standing around then. Okay. Boarded up. Oh, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. No, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. I'll look around for home. I see. Wearing those shoes in this snowy weather. Oh yeah, no kidding. Thanks for the hydrate. I will. Drink some water. Yeah. I got myself a London fog. Cause you know, we're in London. Yeah. Alright. What the fuck do you want? Ooh. Location's been added. Right around. Sham spear? Okay. Oh. Smoke and bacon grease? Yeah, it smells like coughing Victorian children. It's good. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? I already know. Mr. William Shamspear. He was a lodger here. Better than Hamspear, am I right? He got that Luigi man pose energy. The rare, elusive, front-facing man energy. It's usually tough. Usually you get that from when they're facing, like, an angle from behind. But from the front, it's like, oh. There's a player called Shakespeare. Go on. His name was Shakespeare? That's a silly name. That's it. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. Bit of a dead loss as it happens, but just dead. Mr. Shamspear. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garrideb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garrideb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrideb have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Suzeki-san. The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Someone said Shakespeare earlier. Maybe it was just, honestly, you can never out Takumi the Takumi. I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts sus, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit, I mean, cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? I agree. Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. Body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. He's still holding the fork. Now can I look around? Oh, hands off! Okay, well, I thought we were talking. Maybe I can talk to Natsume. Hello. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. 'Tis the London way. So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Suzeki-san now? They were building mates? It was an innocent enough question. Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. Did he ever invite me to his room? Never. On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. This one? I saw that he was standing there, and as it panned over, the post got even funnier. Oh, man. I thought he was, like, against the wall, but he's just... Yeah. Doesn't look like anything to me. He's just so good. How to avoid being seen. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? You need only observe it to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. How's on that pose? He's just that good. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We have not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. I love this man so much. We've only been here in 5 minutes. All I've managed to deduce is everything. Okay? My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. Oh, he's so twitchy. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! All right, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, I pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time. So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. The game is a feat. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Just glancing over at him. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Did he die smiling? Maybe not. The eyebrows made me get really concerned, but I think he's okay. Dance of deduction, my beloved. Sholmes, my beloved. Yeah. I love these segments so much. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. He's eating soap? Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Ooh, look at the lighting on him. On Suzeki. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears the young man's appetite was his undoing. He ate soap until he died? Is that what Sholmes is proposing? Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Hiya! Hiya! I'm gonna punch the truth right out of the room. It was really good soap. Have you ever smelled soap? Have you ever seen just a big bar of soap and gone, So I keep a fork in the bathroom. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. This localization team is amazing, incredible. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though, personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. I'm more a fan of eating candles, he said, smiling. Okay. He just ate a lot of soap. There you go. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Oh. Yeah, alright. Probably only gonna keep this for this playthrough. But, let me refresh chat, hold on. Give me a sec. Refresh chat. There he is. So seki, man. Thank you. That was quick. Thank you. The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. He's been looking away. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. With Sozeki here, this is now L.A. Noire. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. If only the soap was better. And not poisoned. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Oh! Oh! Oh, he killed himself eating soap, but at least his soul was clean. It's like psychic damage and psychic healing at the same time. Psychic healing. Fuck off. Okay. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. It's just psychic. Cognito hazard. Soapicide. Good thing the chippy's not poison. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that the man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ugh! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched the nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit on the nail on the side of the head and drive it in an obtuse angle. Oh. When he does the pose but just keeps looking to the side. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. We must pick out the keywords in Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular Act 1. Mancock moments. It's fun how they phrase it where Susato thinks he's smart, he just misspoke. And Naruhodo's just like, yeah, sure. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you'll observe, soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. That's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt it with chopsticks. Very wise, Susato, very wise. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. How do I prove if a man... Well, there's the other... Okay, well... Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover he's been made out to be. What? I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, wouldn't you? Yeah, I'm not gonna about to eat some soap with a knife. I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop. But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear. I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. We really ought to consider some other clues. Look! There's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shakespeare must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's look closely at the soap. You see it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Oh, no way.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. This is so intense and serious for such a stupid idea. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. He's a genius. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London's that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? What could it be? If the victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yes, it's a real mystery, isn't it? I've got it. He wasn't interested in eating the soap at all. It was this fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with. Mr. Naruhodo, I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning that the gentleman had peculiar tastes. Suzawa-san is such a gentle way with words, but I know when I've been told off. Maybe he was gonna eat the fork. He wasn't gonna use it to eat something. He was gonna eat the fork. I just took one bite. The contents of the plate is just the soap again, isn't it? Well, you know, there's a saying in Japanese, don't you? If your food is poisoned, you might as well eat it, plate and all. That's a bad idiom. Well, there's an image. All I can picture now is the victim first taking a bite of the soap and then the plate. The soap like some tofu and the plate like a giant rice cracker. Oh dear, that sounds like a very bland combination. Well, there's just no other thing that could be a vehicle for poison. Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. You can just say teacup. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. So we have already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. Yeah.
Take that!
A real idiom has to be idiotic. That's why they're called idioms. The victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. Love the way he jumps in a frame. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. I like the idea that he ate a lot of soap and then went tummy hort and fell over. No possible perpetrator present. Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. But then who was the soap for? The Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspear was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must examine the scene of the crime again for more clues. I hate this game so much. Second teacup. There's only one teacup at the scene, I say. Also, I don't believe in three-dimensionality. I exist in a 2D plane. It's empty and the only cup on the table. It would appear so, yes. And when you consider those facts, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning seems highly logical. It's always the same in these deductions. The real truth is always buried a little deeper than the great detective suggests. Mr. Naruhodo, you seem very dubious of Sholmes all of a sudden. Who, me? Not the soap? I can't keep looking at the soap. It's always third gun. There's only room for one Western vessel for drinking in this household. The fork again. The victim just seems to be holding it so pointedly. It makes it impossible to let go of the idea that it must be involved somehow. Let's hope it turns out to be a useful clue in the end. Well, I don't know what else it could be. I guess I'm soft-locked. Chat, can someone look up a guide?
Take that!
Oh! I forgot to inspect it first. It's fine. Second cup. Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Teak that? No. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's Last Supper, there was a guest present. Guys, buy our guide for more. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night taking tea with the victim.
What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
And to draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction's going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. Oh, I want to frame this image and put it on the wall. Oh, God, okay. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. You can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I suppose not. Time to look around again. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabrielle. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yeah, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Suzeki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Empty bowl? It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. Quite astute, Mr. Naruhodo. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother. Suzato-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. It's not a riddle. Oh, I love all the characters of this universe. Oh dear, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to what Mr. Garadeb told the inspector. So quick with it. The books phased through the floor. Yeah, there was a collapse from upstairs from too many books, and those fell on the table. Who knew his short, thin little legs had so much strength in them? I'm not sure the length of his legs is in any way significant here. Perhaps this says more about the poor state of the door than about Natsume's strength, actually. Careful. If he overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response. Can this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here? Can't it? A candle. If he's Maya and she's Maya, then who's solving the case? Even Mr. Shakespeare didn't eat candles, it seems. We can't pretend that this is a normal conversation. We've already established that he didn't eat soap either. Do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Good point. There goes my idea. Snuffed out like that candle will be. If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame. He can sigh wistfully if he wants. Well, guess there's no clues here.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. There. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. Oh my god. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. YMCA. Gonna do bad apple with him. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. That is such a good sequence. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. You ate the soap, didn't you, Natsume? Shakes him. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume? Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. Soseki Natsume at the scene. Elementary. When they're not being bumbling idiots, but still managing to feel like they're idiots even when they get there. Ugh. Not again, not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait. Hold your horses. Yes. Door, key, locked. Entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me. Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Sherlock Sholmes. He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? He called for help, and then we showed up and said, you are the likeliest culprit. Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. We get rid of the bits as well. Love how Sholmes is like, Mr. Natsume definitely did nothing wrong, for just gonna correct it, and you still like, why would Sholmes do this? Exactly. Welcome, student Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent. All right, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. We're on the case. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Waga hi! Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Thanks, I feel so much better. Thanks, Tom. Last thing the judge said to Soseki was, may you never be brought in this court again. 3 days later, oh, it's you again. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson's no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. That's right. And of course, what? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadab, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Mr. John Garadab, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room at the top of on the top floor as usual. We must remember to go up and talk to him later then. Yippee. Yippee. The poor man, so young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? The British Way. British people don't have souls, sorry. I was on a walk when you hit the I yearn for the Alcyon days of eating soap just as you're in a car. Gone through a car wash. Oh god, Todd. The universe, as I said to Huber. A synesthesia episode. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. Sozlev. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspear's, and the other must be the cup that Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so that we can examine them in more detail later. Teacups. Oh, a green line around the rim. I yearn for the halcyon days of eating soap. As we've seen from the outside, the window's completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mr. Zato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh? Oh. More soap? Oh no. This guy was really a fiend for soap. It looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it, I wonder, being the lodger renting this room? Look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge, and there's something on it. They're transporting something inside of the soap? But if that's the case, the broken bits of soap would have, like, a hollowed out inside. So I don't know. What outside? That's his pantry. Nature's pantry. You open up the window and soap arrives. Nature will provide. It's so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap. What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea, but the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two, after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. Sort of transparent, but sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? What's it doing in this ramshackle old room? I'm gonna be really mad about that soap in like 3 hours. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. What if a chonmage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. You'd look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? Nothing at all. Grim shady. Barrel doesn't like soap confirmed. I just, you know, when you find a guy holding a fork dead next to a plate of soap, and you move bricks and there's more soap, I'm just inclined to get a little bit concerned. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Oh, yeah. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks. And he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. When times are tough, eat soap. This is a PSA from Big Soap. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. I see. Now you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. If you put a coin in here, that's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yep, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. Capitalism. And now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. I dare say, London. The city of farts. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think. Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. Yes! This I have to see. Do it! Do it, do it, do it. Stage, candle. Oh, looks good. Have we seen everything? Susie cross-dressing? Never. That'll be the day. I think that's everything. We can head upstairs. Wait. Suspicious line on the ground. What's this? Looks like part of an envelope, I think. I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's got a custom sprite, so probably. It's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there. She's right. And yet, here we have the torn-off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We better take this, just in case. That's me verifying. I'm glad I noticed it. The number of times I'm like, I don't see anything left, and chat's like, there's a giant red arrow in a circle here. And I'm like, how did I miss that? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Oh. Inspector Gregson back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. I see. Well, we've already tampered with the crime scene, so have at it. We better be leaving then. We say with like a bunch of soap and dishware, envelope, teacups clinking. Yep, we're just gonna walk out of this crime scene. Don't mind us. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in his cell again so soon. I'm sure. No. No, that was the scariest thing I've ever seen. That was scarier than the fucking Ace Attorney Investigations Blue Badger thing with Miles. Oh. Remember the ranking earlier I mentioned where of Oh No-ometer? It just spiked through the fucking roof. Just blew the top off the Old Bailey. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Kia! Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player. I hate this. Gregson confirmed he was dead. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It's a miracle. Cesaro, grab the gun! Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! Walking Dead. I am. The fella isn't dead at all. Then Natsume is innocent? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? What do you... Shakespeare. I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. Excuse you, the Scottish play. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. Thank you for the bits. I'm having a terrible time. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. What crime was committed here then? Is Natsume still in prison? What? Any Macbeth bit alerts perchance? No. I don't have any Shakespeare bits. Whatever do you think will happen now? I don't know. Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. Yeah, the B-man is there. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope he doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Saseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, can we have a word? Ah. I like that the sound effects were quiet. He just ran off. I feel sure I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. Anyway. How's that bike still? I guess, never mind. It's only been a couple days. Like, bike is still there, all crunched up. It's only been a few days. Every British person can fade away, that's true. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garadeb residence. When he was a juror, he referred to helping him out, he referred to multiple incidents, and I guess at the time he think he just meant the stabbing and the altercation, but surprise, second case. That must be neat, to revisit the first one after the second one, and be like, little things. I appreciate no one spoiling it. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. Soap window. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb live, all the windows are bricked up. That's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Yep. Damn it, a good fun fact. Where? Who? When? When did? Huh? Is it up? What? Oh, oops. Oh, he's still there. Shakespeare's the first character they animated with mocap, and they completed his animations back in Game 1. They featured him capturing his animations and promoting the first game. He shares a mocap actress with Van Zeeks. Did they mocap the foot on the table? God. Sometimes mocap is used for evil. Yeah, woo! The Garrideb household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. They did. Good God. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help but feeling it's a bit of a that it's at a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? Isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Soseki-san is such a hunchback. So this is Soseki-san. This is the Garrideb? No, that's the Garridebs up there? It must be. And this is Soseki-san, and this is Shakespeare. Because that's the... for a second, I was like... They're like, that's Soseki's lodgings. I'm like, but he doesn't have soap at his window. Thanks for the bits. Marco is 18 years old today. Ha. Ha. Ooh, look at that. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. They made a big deal out of that in the last game. Not gonna help me, you know. Final Fantasy III? Correct. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. Final fart to see. I can't wait for it myself. You think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. They must not know it's us. Inconspicuous. Yeah. 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 Well. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Why has somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man. I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Is this... So British and Japanese snowmen have 2 segments? But they made a snowman with 3, and then maybe someone complained and said, wait, why does he have 3 segments? British snowmen have 2? And then they put a line into the second game to explain it? That seems plausible. That's what happened. No, Snowman in Mario 64 is only 2 segments. I never thought about it. I literally never thought about it. I guess, no, yeah. And then the snowman guys that jump around also have 2 segments. Huh. I always build snowman 3 segments in from the UK. Huh. The plot thickens. Where am I going? Oh. How's she doing? The exhibition must have been crazy. Rat! Wait, let me just double check there's no one in the room. Over here. Okay, I was expecting to see Sholmes in bed. Let's go Garridebs. This is also very smart reuse of backgrounds they already made. I mean, yeah, it seems like this was their plan from the get-go. It's not like they pivoted and went, oh, let's, oops. Because there were so many unresolved things from the first game. But it's nice. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top-floor abode. We're here because Garrideb's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrideb as anyone, really.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadeb.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? I wish. Yeah, front-facing. Have you seen this? Mr. Garadeb, could I show you this?
Been quiet a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you.
Some other time, then. He doesn't hate us. Yeah, that's nice. He could have reason to. Outing his marital life in court as wonderful and not at all distressing. Let's just talk to him. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened.
Ah, well, that helpless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called him that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
You know, better be safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? This is the most LA Noire-ass Ace Attorney case of all time. Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. He did sort of haste to case 5, which was after this. It's true. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it. The only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a belly screw loose.
Hard to choose which category Saseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. It was internal monologue.
How does she know?
He was doing research as well. Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Ayo? Yowie edition? Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Souse, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. Old English Yowie. Past the Yowie. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Sword Art Online, of course. It just makes sense. Better for Ramway to go to Hamlet than Juliet, the 14-year-old. But then how does that make... How old is Hamlet? I don't remember. Sao is really Japanese for pole, which is very literal. Spear, pole. Of course, Natsume's a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Shakespeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. There's no way he wrote all those plays. Clearly there was multiple authors. No! Poison. How rude. Yes, management. Well, the escapades would have spoilers. Which escapade was tied to this? There was nothing with his room, right? Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Bill Jigglepole. Did you notice anything strange between this and then and this morning? When they talk about... Right, they do talk about Shakespeare. Gotcha. Okay. That's fair.
Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home.
Wilhelm Shakespeare? That's his name? Yeah, it feels like having a William Shakespeare and then talking about William Shakespeare is a little bit odd. KO, thanks for 82. That's a lot.
Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember. It was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. With no windows?
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before HimSpin got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything all right, Miss Susato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrideb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean.
Ah! That's a very good point.
I can't imagine you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it?
I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Then how did you know, Mr. Garrideb?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything.
The gas. Gas?
Yo!
Thank you for the raid trio. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. We're playing The Great Ace Attorney 2, Case 2. And a man died and was fine. And now we're here. Welcome. We're talking about gas.
What on earth do you mean, sir?
How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you probably are aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I'd more or less work that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Some look outside. Ooh, very nice. A building is a series of tubes. Sorry, I did mean Daigyaku Saiban 2. I only refer to the game titles in their original language. I understand that too. Destituteness. Did I say destitute? I meant destitute.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Yeah, no worries about rating. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
At the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. Sounds like a puzzle. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter than the rest of the house.
Right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it.
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh. That's fascinating, Mr. Garrideb. Absolutely fascinating.
No, well, nothing to it, really.
And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrideb's so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. Good idea. I want to look around his room, though. I gotta be nosy. It's what I gotta do. Look at the pictures again. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garrideb.
Ah, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
An art student, you say? Who would have reason to be in the neighborhood? You look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and... Oh, chap. And asked if I'd let him off of the month's rent in return.
I see. So, you did, presumably?
I ballywell did not.
He's a real landlord.
A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh?
And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. Extremely nosy and creepy, and you keep tabs. Anyway, I need to examine every single thing in your room. Yep. You get it. But see, I'm on the case. Good to see Mr. Garridub's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation," if you remember. I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Wouldn't know it to look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know.
Devil-may-care? What'd you get up to?
Devil May Cry 1, Devil May Cry 2. Well, all in the past now, of course. Best left there.
Best not. I want to know now. I want to know.
Yahweh, my boy. Bountiful military-grade Yahweh.
These enormous mortar shells. Quite something, seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garridub?
No, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during the training one day. What are you doing, firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Well, everyone has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments?
How does she know what I'm thinking?
That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garridub?
Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the whole thing if you wanted it.
Well, it might suit Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Miss Susato. Very tactful. I was just saying because the famous mod bang the PC version. Nice. That's cool. There's a single apron drawing on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. A horse? No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you.
Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together.
I might have had the same thought in Great Ace Attorney 1, but getting that thing up the stairs in a British-style apartment building is probably... That must have been a time.
And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again.
Is there a war going on I don't know about? A cozy fire. Books. Pretty sure I did. A copy of Ranced magazine. Use the window? Maybe. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist.
Like Shakespeare.
But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Miss Susato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories? Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. Very, very, very dangerous. Pulls out a Glock. We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day.
Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now.
Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you.
I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half. A rotten show all round.
He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. Let's keep talking about it. I miss Sholmes at the window. There's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an oppressively gray scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. And the pavements where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with a chonmage top knot. Well, that's a good point.
Oh my word!
These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know?
The experiences of a seasoned veteran.
Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. Really thought we were done for, the whole ballet company. We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives.
I thought the story was going in a different direction.
Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for.
That's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. Thank you. From the cannons, right? Yeah. Human personification of toxic positivity. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well.
Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know.
Oh. Time has stood still. Now that's an interesting phrase. Might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo.
She's so good!
Alright. Let's go back to prison. Soseki, man. I don't think he has anything else he wants to look at. I don't know anything about soap. No. Top knot hats. There you go. Alright. Oh boy, prison. Bail him out. There you go. Here comes the boy. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. A sad man. Captured in containment. Now, Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Did I observe it? I didn't observe it specifically. But I could. I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of defense and law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced. Equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. That's understandable. They're such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? And the thing about the scales of justice is, they're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruhodo. What about... It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm, just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo. I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like? No, it's the heavy burdens. Mr. Natsume, 2 shillings tendered in receipt of 3 books. Street map. This again. I didn't think I would have to look at this map again. Pair of teacups. Can't find anything out of place. I thought it was highlighted. Never mind. Oh. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. He must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. There's no tea ring on the inside of his cup. That seems significant. Maybe it's a poison that takes time to dissolve? But how would... He still would have... I don't know. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Really? I never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. No. Gulp it down, count 2. Gulp it down. Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? Someone took a bite of this soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one. Yeah, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Guess we dropped it. Huh. That's ramen. Ramen and tea. Gulp it down while it's hot. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Mr. Zato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Now the depression is empty. Mr. Locum Student, yes? What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. I'm cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Odd response. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? Aliens. It's not of this world. It's terrible. Oh. I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. That selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. It seems likely that Mr. Shamspear was never actually dead in the first place. Ah yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Alright. He's not dead or alive. And have the aptitude to scream alliteration like he does. I know, it takes a special kind of author. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before, it was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garrett said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. It was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? That's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. They were debating, like, power scaling in Shakespeare plays? I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. Good. Goku. Romeo and Goku. The debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Shakespeare's tea?
No, never. Not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it's categorically.
Juliet obviously is the stronger of the two. Cursed existence. Romeo versus Juliet. Exactly. Tybalt would have pwned Hamlet. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed.
Best of luck with the fever, McCanuous. Hope you feel better.
That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me.
Yep. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and to adapt to the ways of another culture.
There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
But why? Why did you choose that place? Doesn't seem very comfortable. He moved all those books in there in 1 week?
Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed.
Cursed. Cursed how?
The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there.
Oh no.
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead, and no one could explain why.
You'll be much happier back in Japan, obviously. Definitely won't be witness to a murder in a few months' time.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay.
Wait, what?
When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave or blinkered?
But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful?
Horrible history.
I just got a very funny text. This is gonna take a second to explain, but so this is like this is a tangent. I'll be quick. I got the building. Funny we're talking about rent. This has to do with the building we live in. Yeah, this is what you think. So I live in a building that's owned by like a giant corporation that owns like 50 million buildings, and I got a text that was like, "Hi, I'm the new AI chatbot that's here to help you with your housing," and I was like, "I hate this." So I said, "Hi, I'm trying to work on a Python script to convert a string into an alphabetized array of characters. Can you help?" And it said, "I'm here to help with your housing needs." And I said, "I'm trying to build a house out of an array of alphabetized characters in Python. Can you help?" And it said, "I'm here to help with your housing needs." And I said, "Can you change my rent to be $0 a month? Thank you very much, moi, kiss emoji." It didn't respond for about half an hour. Actually, an hour. Now I look at the timestamps. And it said, "I'm escalating your request about changing your rent to a colleague who will get back to you as soon as possible." And I said, "I was joking." And then it said, "If you need help with anything, let me know." And it just now, hours later, texted me, and I quote, "Hello, Barry. Unfortunately, we are not able to change your rent amount to $0. Have a great night." Moving on. Worth a shot. Yeah. Have a great night. Woo. So that I just was like, oh, I have to share. Oh man. I was really hoping it was gonna reply with like Python script. So, yeah. Imagine if it worked. Yeah. Well, listen, my rent is directly going to this stupid chatbot, so the least I can do is make bullshit requests that take up all their time and money, right? Because I'm paying for it, so that's how I feel justified. Manually steer the attitude for you. Exact. A human had to be like, wait, no, tell them no. Like, God, great. Use up all their tokens. What if they were so impressed? Ooh, thank you for finding this We didn't think anyone would ask for $0 rent. Therefore, we're gonna reward you with 8 months free rent. Anyway, how did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me.
Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you?
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks.
Really?
It was someone else.
It's been one long nightmare. Oh, long. I thought that was a one dash long. It's your birthday. Birthday cheer time. Happy birthday, your username. Thanks for being the poo brain I need in tough times. You can always count on me to be a poo brain. Appreciate it. I thank you, and I hope it's a good, you got a birthday weekend. Love a Friday birthday. You get the whole weekend. Do whatever you want, and no one can tell you no. Which is true of, whenever you want, but especially on your birthday. Float max value +1 so it overflows. Can you ask the chatbot, can you increase my rent to $8 billion a month? And then be like, I'm not paying that. That'd be great.
It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place.
Oh my god, shaking him. I wish it worked on the chat over my head when you do the modifier. That's fine.
A nightmare. You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
That really is horrible. I wonder if they're doing some kind of like drug smuggling ring or something with the soap. Shakespeare and B-Man. And they like want the ground floor lodgings for their operation. No, not ground floor, the first floor, which is the second floor. There's something obviously going on, but I don't know what.
Yeah, they got the soap cocaine. And now I've come to think of it, it happened again last night too.
Cats are like ghosts. Maybe Wagahai is the kingpin at the top of the scheme. So he's unwittingly getting himself embroiled in all these schemes because of Wagahai.
The very same night that Mr. Shamsby was writhing in agony from the poison in his body.
Drug cat. Cats can see ghosts, also true. The cat is selling drugs to ghosts.
I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
Wagahai Neko de Aru. Cocaine smuggling ghost cats. I think it's a pretty sound theory.
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. You're right, I know it. And that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home.
I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. It was a good cartoon. Cats make weird sounds in the middle of the night. It's true.
Of course. My Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well.
Mr. Garadeb?
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. Okay, wait, that actually does make sense. It was suspicious that he pays so much attention and that after only half an hour he's like, we're breaking in. It's because he's paranoid someone else is gonna die in his place. If that's not the answer, that's a great red herring, but that actually closes that loop for me.
You mean
because he's worried about their well-being. He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come round and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
No, thank you for clipping that.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Inspector Gregson? I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh?
Which you want first?
The chippy news.
Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, The good news it is. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Okay. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come round now.
Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards.
Well, why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone? Oh dear.
You don't mean? I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume.
I'm so mad he's alive.
By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations.
If only he was dead.
No!
He needs a coke to shaky, get out his aggressions. And so once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Oh, God.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Shakespearean insults. They're pretty good. None better in the history of English literature. Back at it again at the Old Bailey. I bite my thumb at thee.
Do you bite your thumb at me?
I'm gonna make a bite thumb emote. See if it gets past the Twitch censors. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. It's because he's a noob. He should have just been more of a gamer. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago I was declared not guilty here. We somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this. Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court.
I am beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, morning.
So here we are again.
Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news?
Oh dear, you heard, did you?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say.
Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. No, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barock Van Zeeks. Who else? Hey, Chris, this. Mr. Sergeant, I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the VODs.
Van Zeeks? Gag! Oh no! Oh no no!
Literally, who else could it be? We haven't seen any other prosecutors.
In England, the Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land.
He pointed. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. He took his anti-racism pills? Okay, good. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. And I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor.
Oh no!
That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end. Why are we saying all this? I understand it's for someone who maybe didn't play the last game, or it's been years, but in front of Soseki, why? And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended, met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Yeah, but like, he probably deserved it.
Arg, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially.
Yeah, Willy Wonka's in there. There's no way to know which way the water's flowing. Ooh, look, a fire. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now.
Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. That tunnel scene, you're welcome.
Well,
the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. Oh, thank God. That's good. That's probably for the best. Shaking his hand. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Also, he would probably just not help at all. No one would know. The boat scene never bothered me. The scene at the beginning where Charlie's teacher mocks him for having opened 2 chocolate bars traumatized me somehow. There's a lot of things in that movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah. Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Well said, locum student. Well said.
I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. It's nice for us to be like, let's go to the courtroom instead of them yelling at us. The trial's about to start. Get the fuck in here. Yeah. When I played Great Attorney 1, people were telling me about, because I was unfamiliar with Soseki Natsume. So I looked up his Wikipedia article and his portrait on there. It's pretty good. I appreciate it.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
I was so wrapped up in like, oh, we're going back to court. We're in the Old Bailey. I'm preemptively getting mad at whoever the jurors are. There's gonna be a shot of the jurors and I'm gonna get mad about it. And I'm just bracing myself for that.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord. Don't forget, how could I forget?
Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs.
Okay.
What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
Nah. Nuh-uh. It's just not in my it's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Is this thing that he only goes to court against Japanese lawyers? Is that it? Now he's back in the courtroom, though, for some reason. Only one I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
God. Juror 1 and a man.
Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before.
And she's back, and he's back. I'm mad. I'm mad. It's all just the same guys. At random? At random. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Your hat looks fine, madam. She looks new. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is rather fetching, actually. But then he's back. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. And he's back. Brendan only has 20 people. One juror is new.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof.
Only 5 bob? None budget. Juror 4 was chosen at random. 5 whole bob? In this economy?
May the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
Was he this religious before? The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. No. This is the first jurors that made the game, and Nuri having made them to visualize how the jury would work. Before inflation, 5 was their 10 now. Yeah, okay. That's 10 whole bob. And the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Then why even say the thing about it random when it wasn't random? Then why the same juror? Why they would already be biased? That's bad to have the same juror.
Well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
It is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decisions. However, the innocence verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Hiya! Just once he's gonna take that off and just be shirtless underneath there. Not because, just because. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Oh, we're gonna take his witness statement? Oh, I thought he was talking about, no, never mind. He said accused. For some reason I thought he meant the defendant. Well, whatever. Shakespeare. HimSpin.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
And he's just Donkey Kong.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
He did me the defend. Yeah. Speak on that. No.
Suzeki Natsume from the Empire of Japan.
The chips are the same as the first game? Those are new chips. They remodeled every chippy between the first and second games. Compare them side by side, you'll be like, oh wow. It's a Yakuza game, they're gonna be shirtless by the end. Exactly.
My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
Thanks, Ludo. Natsume, man. There's no need to be down. I said, Soseki. You are from the Empire of Japan. I said, Natsume.
I'm quite sure, if I'm not mistaken, that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir.
Such a good pose. The foot all the way out really sells it.
The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
Strychnine? Highly toxic, colorless, bitter, crystalline alkaloid used as a pesticide. When inhaled, swallowed, or absorbed through the eyes or mouth, causes poisoning, which results in muscular convulsions and eventually death through asphyxia. Thanks, Wikipedia. It's used as a bowel stimulant. It's no longer used medicinally. I see. How do you pronounce it? Strychnine. Strychnine. That makes sense. Strychnine poo. It's pronounced Jif. Rat poison. Not for the rats.
He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
Thanks for 32 months, little hog. A Prime Gaming sub?
This means, I presume, the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident?
So he shattered.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him.
He made breadsticks? Whoa.
I was the first officer on the scene, my lord, and I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. As you can see, he ate a whole lot of soap.
Where's the soap on the floor gone? Or is it just hidden by the hat? Might be hidden by the hat. There's a pool of liquid beneath the gas meter.
A chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
The hat ate it?
Yeah. Very well. I shall accept this print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes? Yes? As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me, what about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. Before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief.
Man.
Order!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Shamspeare's room as a gift.
Everything's conclusive.
The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never.
The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. Does that change anything?
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once.
It's making it sound like he's begrudgingly allowing us.
Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection?
None whatsoever, my lord. Alright.
Hey, Bryce.
Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. We're playing the Grace Aces Tourney 2. Case 2. It's going great for us.
Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Resident Evil Grace is on trial. Witness testimony.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift.
She's Mako, isn't she?
Maybe. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
The Great Escape Attorney. The Great Ape Escape Attorney. Ape Escape.
I see it all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims this tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that? Damn, she's smart.
No worries. Thanks for the raid and run. Hope you have a good one.
As it happens, no, we haven't been able to.
Then why are we here?
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
But wouldn't there be like a trace like on the like enamel or whatever? Maybe.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
It is the past. Yeah. Licked it clean. I like that Rio's gotten more confident. Yeah, true.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
He didn't eat any soap?
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriots will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me.
But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Forever. For a whole British eternity.
It was around 9 o'clock when I visited my neighbor and took some tea with me as a gift.
Hold it! Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Perhaps more?
No, we weren't friends. Not at all, not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. A plentiful lack of wit. Well, there you go.
Why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. Boo this man! And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume?
It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings.
His meds are wearing off.
When I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street, that was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
It turned into a heated rivalry.
We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, and I went back to my room around 11.
Hold it! A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out, in a Greco-Roman style, naturally.
What?
Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest.
So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He is Romeo, I is Juliet. And after a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
That's some good yaoi.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
We weren't friends. We just dressed up in costume and wrestled from time to time. I would have described that as friendship, but a separate other word I can't think of.
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. Fellow actors. Juliet was the top, as I think you'll find if you read Shakespeare.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all I would have needed to analyze it for poisson.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Thespians. They were thespians.
Definitely, by heaven and earth, I swear it.
And then that's where I showed the thespian pride flag.
The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens.
Nice.
Thank you, Tom Fuller. Yeah, there you go. They were thespians. I misremember the debate occurring on the night of the stabbing. Yikes, so scary. Anyway, I got the dress on. Let's raffle. Yeah, it was after he was acquitted of the knife in Miss Green. Yeah, if it was the same night as that, that would be a hell of a night.
He confirmed the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants return to their rooms, start using gas, the lamps on their parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room. I know that for certain.
At the very least, Mr. Garrett doesn't seem to have a key, otherwise he wouldn't have kicked in the door. Or had Soseki kick in the door, but... They did Hamlet versus Macbeth before the stabbing, if you recall. And they dressed up for that, too. Cinemakoko. Thanks for 11 months. Appreciate it.
He must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean?
A picture? A relevant picture?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear, then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard.
There you
go. About 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. And maybe they pooped themselves a little bit.
Fight night. Romeo versus Juliet. Ticket price, bar of soap. Oh my god, his art, he's covered in cats. It's good. This fucking dude. I was so happy that he died, and so sad and terrified that he got back up. And I was right to be upset about it, because he's implicating our man Soseki Natsume. So fuck him.
Right.
The baby Waka heist. There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison's ingested and the onset of symptoms. Any fan of Soseki in a Juliet costume? I would be surprised if not. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
30 minutes is a long time.
Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine
Toxic effects present in 30 minutes. Some have been mixed with tea the victim was drinking. No sample could be obtained for testing. Poisoning is going to occur around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st. Assessed victim's pocket watch that appears to have been broken when the man collapsed at the onset of symptoms. His watch was a clock. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Uh-huh. Okay. That's nice. Plenty of time to eat a bar of soap. It's true. Great. I'm just trying to figure out, like... I know we'll get to it, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but, like, the red thing that was on the soap, maybe that was meant to be some sort of a pesticide to prevent rats from eating the soap, and they're moving soap around for some reason, and that fell into his teacup and dissolved, and he drank it without realizing. I don't know. There's a lot of weird steps involved. And why the fork? And why was the soap on a plate? When did... No. I'm just trying to think like that. That's the likeliest source of poison as I currently understand the situation, but... The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door. The argument still stands. Hold it! I yearn for the halcyon days of eating soap. That I do. And for decrabbing and beetling off Hutward. The argument still stands, you say.
This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
And also the question is, if HimSpin knows that he wasn't poisoned by Natsume, why would he implicate him in the poisoning? So clearly there's some illicit soap smuggling going on or some shenanigans, and he's trying to cover up for that by implicating the only person who he saw that night other than B-Man, who's probably his compatriot. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The victim would have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. HimSpin could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, drink tea while it's hot.
A proverb will satisfy the prosecution. Ryunosuke was right. That's actually a... Okay.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt on the matter. In this matter. No.
What about the circle in the teacup? That's the extent of their testimony, is it? I don't remember when exactly he left. Oh, who left? Yeah, I don't know. Things are happening. If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. You're new to Ace Attorney, aren't you? We need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to his testimony again.
Yes.
It's gone. What's... Oh. It took some time. People don't kill over immediately. They're gonna be perfectly able to lock the door if this gets left the owners will stand. Well, my thought was pointing out the no tea ring inside of his cup so that he drank it right away. But what would that save? Bump, bump, bump. Oops. Oops. What else? Let me look at the evidence again. Bum, bum, bum. Won't load for me. Could just be a temporary server issue. Second book receipt, nearby street map, the tea, which they were like, let's think about the tea. So it seems like that's likely. That's it. So the question is, which line? Immediately taken it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. It was pressing it on this that made it seem like they wanted that information, but this line makes more sense to me. Takes some time to have an effect on the body, but don't care when I'm taking it. Because this is when he's talking about how they drink the, like, the order they drink the tea. I don't have that as a line. Let me try on this.
Objection!
Cool, I'm wrong. My lord, there's clearly grounds for being sus.
I'm sorry, counsel. I fail to see why.
Well, you know, I was playing devil's advocate.
Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Says the man merely dishing out penalties. My lord. What about this line?
Objection!
Both of those are wrong. Cool. That was contradictory in a number of ways, I think you'll find.
In a number of ways, you say?
That's right, my lord. In a number of ways.
Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, counsel.
I made a bit of a mess of that in a number of ways. Oh. Okay, so it's not that. So. Let's see. No stomach time for testing. 30 minutes. Also, they were like, they were saying focus on Gregson's lines. Poisoning the center cut at 1:30 a.m. No container was found at the scene. Yeah. What else could it be? I'm gonna go over it all. It was around 9 o'clock when I visited my neighbor. Took some tea with me as a gift. But he learned to debate a hot drink. I went back to the room at around 11. Oh. But then they misdirected me.
Objection!
All their dialogue was like, we should find a contradiction in what Gregson was saying, so I was focusing on his words. But then they lied to me. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Captain Falcon. Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical reports unconditionally?
Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine.
Other than the fact that it's just based off of when his watch broke, but sure. Actually, I think there's a very big problem, because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
A chrono what? What are you on about?
According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11.
But
yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. How the chippies not fall? Magic chippies? In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left?
ooh-ah.
Synchronized duaz.
Hey, Brock.
Thanks for playing.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks?
Better not waste that.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered.
I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Luncheon? How could it have happened, you ask? No! I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying,
There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Oh no! The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor?
That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
British idiom.
Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspear has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Uh-oh. But he could be lying.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. I'm upset, I'm mad, I'm upset. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shamspear, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him a witness. As a witness. Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. I knew it was bad news from the frame that I saw him. Happy am I, Shamspear, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. My tale of woe. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. Woe-er. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. My tale of woe. Woe and yowie. Oh, here, okay. All right. So that's Mr. Shamspear. But who's that other man beside him? Yeah, I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspear. Oh, name's Mederman. Adron B. Mederman. Adron B. Mederman? Adron B. Mederman. Adron B. Me. Terman. Adron B. Meterman? A drone B Meterman. Oh, does he work for the gas company? Is he a meter man? Alright. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. There it is. He's a meter man. Alright. How have I felt about Shamspear? I'll give you one guess. I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh, yes, she's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? You looking at that soap? It's called for. What's he doing over there? Mm-hmm. He's my favorite character in the whole franchise. Mr. Naruhodo, excuse me, can we have a word? God, the animation on his head there. Zoinks. Bye. Yeah, we spotted him outside Mr. Garrettup's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him for the trial.
With his doctor's permission, naturally.
Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph. An angel indeed. Me's a seraph. Wow, okay. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Uh-huh. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But, my lord, what's this man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean.
What, me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And, moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. But, no, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker here controverts your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Oh, hang on. No, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Think I hate Shakespeare more than Sholmes. I do as well. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Why?
No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed eastern fella.
Okay. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night.
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window's all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you could see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
This is 2 back-to-back cases with peeping toms.
The question is, sir, why? Well now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. Then why is he a witness? Why was he there? I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we've just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
But the suspicious B-man.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Just this image is just what I was very, very, very afraid was certainly in my future when he showed up before. And now we're here and I'm at. I just want to look at, Oh, right. I was gonna look at the bios, but I can't. I'm in this mode. Snowly about my narrative cometh in the evening.
Hold it!
The face of true evil. I don't yeah, exactly. I'm sure this is the final testimony of 30 more testimonies. To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. The more I start musing. I mean, it's the most Scooby-Doo ass. You panning across a bunch of people painted in the background, and then one is clearly on a cell of animation with the whole ass design. In fact, I wasn't even gonna mention it, but I'm concerned that they made a whole 3D model and a bunch of animations for Miss Green, who got stabbed. Because they could have just said off screen, oh, she's fine, by the way. And now I'm just like, why did they give her a model? Why did they go through the effort? We're not done with her, are we? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Whatever pains the meterman, go pursue Shakespeare with no thoughts for sleep it. Okay. No worries. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor did play the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But Mary, bitter was this drink. I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Juliet Jitsu. Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Yeah, I don't... That's not an answer to my question when you do that. Your Honor, can you please, my lord, can you get him to answer me, please? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. I simply just have to finish this animation and then I'll tell you. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest didst tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
Hey, computer. Thank you for 6.5 years. 70 months, wowie, that's like 2 years, right? Hope you're having a good stream. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Thank you. This move's pissing me off. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words that attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour, not else.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper. Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. I'm sorry. I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise. They really did have fun with his mocap suit, didn't they? Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Is that an important clue about rat poison? Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. Literally? You've eaten them. Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Thank you, Susato. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yeah, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. As long as there's soup in my bones. I missed the soap. I love the bit where the author turns to the camera that you've seen this bullshit. Yeah. That entire sequence was quite magnificent. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oh, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel, thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. I mean, I guess. I don't know, I think you could. No one else visited the room but the short little round-back Eastern fella.
Hold it!
Yeah. He ate it. He ate it all. You say a short little round-back Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
Oh, he was mad. How many other short little round-back Nipponis with a mustache do you think there are in London? You didn't say anything about a mustache. Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap, and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-back fellow wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. There was like a frame of Shamspear as the camera panned over. And it gave me such a fright. Ha! I suppose. That was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Mm-hmm. Hold it. Who could it be now? My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I can take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Me? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability. Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. You'll cause a tear in the space-time continuum. Good, this calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Ooh, where? Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Mr. Zato?
What about the information I found in this Encyclopedia of British Law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
A summation examination.
Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue.
This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen.
The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. How many times have we used it and it's worked out and it's never not worked out?
Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Except for also all the times in recent memory where it's been altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld.
We've done this like 5 times. The defense unrests.
The request is granted. The court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
The jurors' contentions.
The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man.
That's it? That's all you got? Well, I do declare, the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. No. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. What do you mean for now? You've already said he's guilty. Well, that he's innocent, the Natsume is guilty.
I really don't care, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
Okay, great. Okay, good and great. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. That's, well, not, no way, you know. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Saseki-san's behalf before and it worked, so you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, you're still very new to British law after all. That's true, I suppose, and his fate is entirely in my hands now. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again? I think I probably got. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
Thank you, Susato.
The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each. Do you want the tutorial? No. Let me give a little tutorial now, but in my brain.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. My sweet lord. God, his fucking face!
Fucking Shakespeare. HimSpin. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. No reason to doubt the man.
Hold it!
What a time to be alive. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? Is this wait, the poor can also lie. Juror number 1.
I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
What the Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Unless he says he's a cat.
Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tape. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer.
Bold strategy. Well, that's alarmingly logical.
Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up. I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? None? All right, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. I am not a cat. Wink.
If you'd show me the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position.
Hold it!
Will you stand by that statement?
What do you take me for? I'm a gentleman, sir. A man of my word. Do you see the top hat? So let me be perfectly clear about this. If it turns out the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar, I gladly change my decision.
Is this all the same? All right. Yep.
What's that? I don't care.
Cool. None gentlemen left racist. That's a hell of a pizza order. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. I think he's rather splendid. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he is not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm just a bit racist, I see.
Hold it!
No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. I don't remember this guy being this stupid and racist. He wasn't my favorite juror by any means, but I don't remember him being this bad. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. I like dancing. There's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chin man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. Oh, this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Guilty of attempted murder. Last case radicalized him. and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman for now.
Hold it!
He did see in stereoscopic 3D, and somehow that rewired his brain. So the point is, never look at VR. A fraudsman, what do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. The company? We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? Are we allowed to even ask that to a juror? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. I would claim that this is, you know, a conflict of interest, but I know that won't get me anywhere.
Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. She's the queen bee! Oh, the bee. Oh, I didn't even notice. It's like, and then the stripe in the middle. Oh, as I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, lady queen bee. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course.
I'm really glad that they don't believe in, you know, the jurors being anonymous or not having connections to anyone involved in the case. That's really good. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. All right. Bow. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Oh. The theatrical gesture. So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. I don't think it's good for the wife of the owner of a gas company to threaten people with gas explosions. But maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Mr. Shamspear's been stealing gas. Allegedly. Maybe. It's fine. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance.
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality is a common thief of my company's gas.
Hold it!
Is your gas prone to exploding? Well, it is gas. That's a bold claim. How can you be so sure? It's really very simple. Noble lady of gas, I pray thee, hold thy tongue. I beg your pardon. Hath that rank-odored air that doth our darkness illuminate any place in this assembly? Nay, 'tis of sole import here that someone wouldst extinguish the light of mine own life. Verily, I ne'er recall stealing thy gas, but pray, let the matter rest till anon.
Why, you little... Begging your pardon, lady, but I suggest you don't say any more at this stage. We need hard evidence first. If I keep secretly watching this bloke, I'll get him in the end. He'll slip up. It's a secret.
Do you think maybe that secret's out of the bag?
Oh, this is so frustrating. I really don't care, Locke. I just need this trial to end quickly.
Hold it!
You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir?
Finish less. That's what it's about.
What's that?
I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it?
Derby?
It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then, that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, stupid finished last.
Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let the business lie now. Just give it up.
That's not gonna happen. Derby's pronounced Darby. Darby. Shouldn't have bet on gold chip. Nope.
3 hours of missing time's nothing when you reach my age.
Yeah.
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, and I do.
At 5. You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
What's that now?
I said you're an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5. That means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night.
That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping.
3!
The key to summation examinations is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements. And once I found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit them against each other. Then hopefully, when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. And if you're able to change the minds of the majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. Now I'm able to look? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go with those things. Chips. He's 31. The victim of the current case of villain actor in his room. 31. John Garrett, an old knee injury, he's confined to show most of the time. 32. He's 23. A young man. He's witness to the incident. Quimby Altamont is listed in our list. She's a staunch believer in the superiority of the fuel and utterly unforgiving of gas theft. Gross, I'm 31. I'm like 58. Okay. Yeah, you. And you.
Objection.
Fight. Whatever the opposite of subnumber is. These 2 statements contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1.
Oh, what are you yelling about, lad?
I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Dom Suburb. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard him say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, m'lady. Cashman's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shakespeare was a liar, you assured me. Well, I vote guilty. Because she had an appointment at 10, I think she said, that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
It's like the damn mod. They're not?
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means a recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. No, I'm not having any part of this. I want the trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Guiltant. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory. The trial can continue. Less victory, more just not immediately fair.
Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. This has never happened before, except for every time Mr. Naruhodo's been in my courtroom. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. Get the Honda out of here, and order the trial to continue.
What now? Only like a handful. No.
You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me. I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what do you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
Ah, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shakespeare, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by this court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
We gotta look into if he's a gas thief.
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes?
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? I like that she doesn't know his name.
Absolutely, Lady Quinby, Gashman's honor.
Even though he introduced himself in court.
Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord.
It'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas name, I swear. If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. No, I actually think she shouldn't be there.
Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
I feel like she's just gonna be like, no, don't. Hey, Afterglow, thanks for the raid. Welcome.
Yeah, I hope you had a good stream.
Everything's going great over here in Gradius Attorney world.
It's fine. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
I can think of so many reasons why a juror should not take the stand next to a witness. Outside of, and even outside of her having a position of authority over him. But, okay. That's Ace Attorney for you. Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the legal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, milady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Can you imagine if the jury wasn't chosen randomly? This would have never happened. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, what time is the splashdown supposed to happen? It's soon, right? I know it was this evening, but also off the coast of California, so maybe it's a bit longer. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. Very soon. 13 minutes till splashdown. Oh shit. Let me know how it goes. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. A threepenny? And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. That's like $10.
Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
So I have to figure out how he was... Oh, he drank some.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
That's a hell of a way to say sorry for drinking in court, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks?
Hey, Salem, thank you. Boy, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm all gassed up and ready to go for this trial.
Wording, Susato-san. Wording.
Now it's having a Twitch stream. Mm-hmm. I was watching when they were doing the flyby of the moon, and watching it with a Twitch chat was the like I could have hidden the chat, but I wanted the chaos and just it was aggravating and very much present year. It was fun. Also, I think I talked about it before. NASA has good emotes, which is a sentence I never thought I would ever say. It's like the good, and then one is like a limited time emote, so people probably have it. But it's good. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does NASA have good emotes? I'm glad. I think all of my tax money should go to Twitch hiring artists to make good emotes, and nothing, not even NASA funding like ships and launches, just emotes. That's all. Fairly in a good way, yeah. Yeah, look at the little spaceman. What is it? It's the NASA Sparkle. Good.
Did the mustachio Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance.
But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. I love that animation.
Do what you will.
I'm not agreeing with any of the ways that he's saying it, but I actually kind of agree with the prosecution for once. A lot of times when they disagree in Ace Attorney, I'm like, shut up, this is important. But like, I know because this is a fictional case and it's written this way, it's gonna be important. But right now it's like, is proving that he's stealing gas important for the case as we currently understand it? I don't see why the judge would allow this, but I'm glad he is because it's gonna help us out. But it's just like, this is very strange. So yeah, this is between the fingers, flinging it like that is very good. So, Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Maybe the red discs that's also rat poison is able to fit in the same slot. Maybe it's the same size. But then I don't know what happens to it. The Ultimate Gas Investigation. You play a toast stream. I know. The thing is, I don't know when he's doing it. So I can't be like, here it comes. Let me get ready with my soundboard. Like that. So, yeah, we'll see. Also, I forgot that I put this on my soundboard. Anyway, I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator, meter money collection agent.
Hold it!
Good stuff, thank you. Does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in, and then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Thanks, Mega Club. Well, now interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived this winter is beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say, really, but as you wish.
It's simple, really. I can see I can resubscribe with Twitch Prime. Barry's playing Ace Attorney. I say Chunky Amogus France and everyone claps. Chunky Amogus France is a pretty good phrase. Altamont gas meters accept 3 penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Hold it!
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3 pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night.
A bit more than that, usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Suzuki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Coin up gas sounds like a nightmare. Yep. And yet it was real. Yep, out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it?
Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume?
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced.
One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare, "You what?" I said. "You what?" A double what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jimmied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Yeah, let me take a peep at that. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it.
Let's move this along, shall we?
Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. If it's full of little red circles, I'm gonna lose my mind. Bum, 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 ba, 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 na, 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 na. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know, you didn't finish that sentence, do you? Anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? A little bit. Can I open it up and see what's in there? Oh. What do you mean they inspected and didn't find anything? Oh, what? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. You see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. And there's a pool of a liquid underneath it. Yeah, I think I'm putting it together. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So they're putting something in there that they can then melt and get out of there. How arcade coin machines work? I don't know. You put a coin in and it hits a thing, and then there's a box the coins sit in. You think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. Seems that people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. But there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. But then why soap? Why male models? I think that's all I can look at. The meters appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Hold it!
The coin goblin needs the quarters, and at the other end comes emeralds. It's true. There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh, how? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? The soap makes the gas slippery. It's able to move through the pipes better. Well, now in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal, like the sort of thing you put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspear's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. Just like Jur's testifying, it's so bad. I don't mind it from the production standpoint. I mean, I'm mad at the video game world inside of this game for making this okay. But the seal hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspear somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. Oh? He did the face. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Me when I Naruto don't.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Hold it!
Thank you, John. So how do you know he's been using gas, though? Best system in the world. This is the future of justice.
Since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says, "Get thee to a nunnery." Hamlet, indeed. I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamspear possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
You what? Good lord, eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, that's fun. Poke.
Oh, please, Lady Quidby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you dock our pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. He's allergic. Thanks, Fickle Cat.
A cookie for 8 years, thank you.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war. Enjoy your cookie.
No, I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspear is innocent. Splashdown! Woo! Let's fucking go. That's great news. Welcome back to Earth, Artemis. Pray forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponi's friend was clearly under. Ugh. Perfect descent. Nice. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Shamspear's room that's under suspicion. Trigger Fan 60. Yeah. Splashdown! Whoosh. Yeah. I'm gonna have to watch the, I almost said VOD. It's technically a VOD. Just the recording of the Artemis Splashdown.
I love that shit.
It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way. But the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Watching history positive. The positive is very needed. Cases that are interlinked. Interlinked. Oh. Interlinked. It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspear so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then how has he been managing to steal their gas? Cells interlinked. So am I just supposed to be like, hey, there's a hole in the thing? And just take it from there? The Dirk Gently theory. Everything's connected. Holistic Detective Agency. Yeah. Wait, 200 score chest. Never seen coin in it. I mean, it hasn't been tampered with, though. And caution isn't like key. Yeah, it's been tampered with, though. Except for the fact that it's been tampered with. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say. You're really on the moon? Oh. This meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh, what?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. How did they miss this? I get it for the video game, but just, what do you mean? I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is... how does it differentiate coins? That's probably cool. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? Of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? It asks. I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent.
Thick threepenny.
As you wish, my lord.
The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit.
Hold it!
It goes in the square hole. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We've thought of that throw anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine.
They what?
We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them, haha. It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Wahoo, hurrah for gas, hurrah for cash. Altamont all the way.
That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are the threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? She can do that on the fly? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. You may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. I wonder if it can be dismantled. Your earrings? They did what to the coin box? How can the meter be dismantled? They're little loops? What about the earrings? Dismantled? Given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. They're sold by pink. Yes, they are. They just look nice. Okay, I thought it was like something related to bees or like a pun. Yeah, no, it's a nice color scheme. That does make some sense. No, you're fine. You're fine. I just was like, am I missing something? The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Wahoo! Yeah, nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
The other witness will amend her formal testimony with that information.
As you wish. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it.
Hold it!
Yeah. Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yeah, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tech, like the mystery coins, for example. Okay. Is the idea I can only have one that's presented with? Thing is, I don't have the reddish medallion to present. But it's probably the reddish medallion that I need to talk about? Or, because I'm like, I'm assuming he was melting them, in which case it being steel, but that's like getting it way ahead of where we're at, so. And then we go back to the other one. I just have to skip through. It would be nice if it just, I don't know. They've done this a lot. I just kind of wish it was like, just add both to the testimony and then I can just pick between them. It's a good chunk of repeat text just to get to that line again. As you wish, my lord. Bump, bump, bump. I wonder if I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm just gonna try to present the soap.
Objection!
I'm getting ahead of myself. Cool. In a number of ways, my lord. Nothing else will fit. What the hell else could I have? I mean, there's that. There's clearly a puddle beneath it, but... Or do I present that for the other line and be like, well, something leaked? Shit, now I'm thinking maybe I should go back.
Hold it!
Who's leaking? This part being obtuse? You might be. I'm gonna try switching it back around. You're gonna what to the box? Wahoo, hurrah, hey yippee. Might be a little mad. Yeah, seems like it. Go deeper, go back to this one. Generally bad solution, okay. Well, I'm gonna try this and then I might need a nudge, because it doesn't seem that obvious. I have a theory about what happened, but I'm not sure how the game wants me to get there, so. Wahoo, yeah, nothing leaks. No nothing. I see. What if something did leak? Is it really? No, you're right. There's no way to dismantle it. I'm not about dismantling, I'm saying something leaked.
Objection!
Okay, cool, that's also wrong. He's like, woo, nothing leaked. Something leaked, but this line's not about leaks. He's on the glass ones without paying a penny, it's not the theme with this. Have I pressed on this? I don't know if I pressed on this yet. How do you know he's been using gas, though?
Well, now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me. Oh, I did. Yeah.
I don't know why I forgot the beginning of that. Okay, we've looped around.
Hamlet.
Yep. I'm just gonna... It's gonna take too long to loop all the way back around. I'm gonna ask which one of these two lines do I not what do I present on, but of the diameter line or the dismantling line. It's this one? Okay. This seems the more suspicious one. But then I'm like, well, okay, but I don't have the disc. I do not remember. That's fair.
Objection!
It's not the photo. This one's stupid. we're just safe scumming now. Yeah, that's why I presented the soap, because I'm like, well, there was a disc. The poison. What about the presenting the box? No? What the hell? You're not gonna get it. I wonder if I can get it and then work backwards and be like, why was that the answer? Maybe my armband? Would that fit? If that could pop off as its own little badge? No tearing inside the cup. I got a first try. Oh, look at you. Broken. Yeah. Oh, could not be located. There's nothing about the size and thickness.
Objection!
I have no idea. Genuinely just completely stumped. The letter.
Objection!
Don't want to know. At this point, yeah. Yeah. Just what evidence? What evidence do I throw at it? And then I'll try to figure out why it's that evidence. Try examining your evidence. Re-examine it? Let me examine it. I'm not looking at chat. I'm gonna re-examine my evidence. I'm not reading chat. I know I asked, but now I'm like, hold on. The bookshop. 2 shillings? It's the wrong size. This is this. There's no T ring. Is there something I'm supposed to read about with this? I mean, I already tried it. Go down. Well, drink it when it's hot. You know what they say. When in England. It wasn't this. I'm not gonna bother looking at stuff I already submitted. Mixed with the tea, pocket watch was broken. The pocket watch? It was broken. It wasn't missing. The poison container was found. Did I already go past it? Don't read this. I won't read this. Examine everything. Everything? Everything. The scale's the symbol, defense and loss. Supposed to stimulate the everyone fairly. That's why always in the middle balanced. Any measure both sided. Scales of justice. Scales of justice, so I highly doubt it's this. This time it's the armband. Your books, customer, mispronounce me. 2 shillings for a receipt of 3 books. But we've already talked about it's the wrong money, right? I don't understand how it could be. There's nothing for me to examine here related to money. I want to see that soap spin. Why is this? Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression. I already looked at this. I had to tell the game that I knew the thing that I knew? Okay. So when my first instinct was the soap, it was the game being like, no! You have to look at the soap again before you submit it. That's pretty annoying. That's pretty annoying. I knew the answer, and the game was like, prove it. Alright. We had new info. Yes, and I was expressing that I had that info. Alright, thank you, chat. I'm mad about it, but it makes sense, but I think the game should also accept if I just present the soap. So, I thought I had so far. It was the most obvious point of... Do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yeah, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion. This got updated to say there was a thing, and I thought that was what I needed. Whatever. There's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? 2 centimeter diameter circular depression. Why would it even update the text before if that's not necessary? I'm mad about it. I didn't know the size. I saw a bar of soap with a big circle.
Objection!
Obviously it was gonna fit. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and the thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I'll need to do in the future so you don't get horribly stuck. Thank you. And the good news is that when there's something new, you have the little check mark missing. So it's like, obviously there's something new here, so I don't have to reread the text. Because when I heard re-examine, I was just like, is there some random dialogue that I missed? I was like, I don't know how it could be anything else. We found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
Sorry, I'm hungry. This is my lunch. It looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. Oh my god. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Look how delicious. Wouldn't you take a bite of this?
Got it!
Back from Splashdown, I missed about the meter. There's a hole in the bottom, and they're presumably putting wax seals in it, and then using that, and then melting it, so there's no evidence. We're not fully there yet, but... You turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Hand over the threepenny bit so no one gets hurt. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. Oh, my word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. I don't believe it. Oh, the dress is striped all the way down. No. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. That could make fake coins in no time.
The stripes go all the way down. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shakespeare's been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's gonna bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. This is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air. Yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once.
Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? In just the hole? Or is there some other... Is it just the hole?
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime. Why did I have to point at the hole again? Just outside the victim's window. Like, is there evidence of, like, fire being held against it or something? No. Outside? Point. Hey, Incognito. 2 years. Look at this coin-shaped hole in the soap. This is evidence that Sholmes ate it. Outside where you yourself, Mr. Meaderman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Well, I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice?
Mr. Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts. That is simpler than I thought, but doesn't explain the red coin turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. But it being ice also explains why the puddle just seems to be clear. Because I was like, if he was using wax or something, it wouldn't just be like a puddle that looks like that. Like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. I'm sorry. I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. Thanks for the bits. Sends on ice shenanigans. Special evolution machine injury from some ice that melted and sent a bullet wound afterwards. It's very convenient when you want to be like, a thing happened with no evidence behind. It melted. Except this left evidence behind. And I have a feeling this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how much the gas is the photo.
Take that!
Hiya! Hiya! Put ice in box and get gas. Like, yeah, fair. I should prove that. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? You know, the pee puddle in the corner? Under the box? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. They're not gonna make me point at the photo. That's nice. I guess I had to pick the photo. What is that? Some kind of a grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly. He even put down a bucket, leaving a stain on the floor. Yeah, Sean Speed. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspear slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. He used the fork to pry the ice out of it or something? You're right. It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? I long for those halcyon days. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? Nom nom nom. In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
The meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Vance. Do you mean to say he was using that fork to...
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
Still a lot of questions. My synesthesia! That was my timing. Lord Van Zeeks? I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
Yes.
That's it. That's exactly it. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. I guess Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. What? Oh. The thing is, they can't prove that he was poisoned. Or not poisoned. But he seems to have suffered from the effects of poison. So it's like, if he drank poison, there's evidence that there was tea. No other evidence he drank or ate anything else. Like, I understand that logic more than I often do understand the logic of the prosecution. Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Vampire Man is back. No worries, Mexi dear. Appreciate it. I thought what was going on anyway. Yeah, no. Mr. Naruto. There's a lot spinning in my brain. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? Object. Always object. ABO. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. Don't use ABO. Don't? That's not what it's... Okay. I'm not aware of it being another acronym. Forget I said anything. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? I meant always be objecting. At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption. It's a slur? Oh, ugh, my bad. I did not know. Made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? It's an Omegaverse acronym. Ugh. Well, you can understand why I wouldn't know then. When you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. Everything I say is... There you go. There's a question. Oh, was someone else responsible as another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? Was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? I mean, I could argue any of these we don't know for certain. But he has logic for each of these. Let's just cheese. Cheese. It's also blood types. It's true. An alien! He was visited from space! The son is responsible for the visitor's poison in the tea. This isn't gonna work. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. Tea? And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
Strychnine. I'm gonna get it eventually. As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Is it this?
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel?
Well, I suspect it may possibly be related to the tea. then you will be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh. Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find no sense in that absurd assertion. Okay, my bad. Hold on. Let me use my brain. Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm. Oh. I advise you to think more deeply before you answer again. What evidence from the scene can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? It's not that. Poo, I say. Poo. I don't know if the soap has anything to do with it. I have no idea what the envelope's about. Mixed with tea, the victims are no same liquid for testing. I know. So it's also not from the scene of the crime. His pocket watch was broken when the man collapsed. Yeah. Well, what was at the team? Was this, and this? Unless you're arguing it's something from the photo, but I don't even know what from the photo would tell us about the tea. So if I'm to believe it's this, or this, the nature of the tea. I don't know.
Take that!
I don't know. I'm just throwing random bullshit. I don't know. No, my health. Yeah. It's probably my badge. My badge was at the scene of the crime, because I was wearing it. Maybe I should put down a safety save before I explode. The question is bad? Does it not have to be a thing from the scene of the crime? Or is it the soap? Bump bump. Bada bump bump. Dibba 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 dump bump. The nature of the tea. Question is bad. Cool. Well, I still don't know, even if it's something that I just have in evidence. Like, the only thing I could really think of was the teacups. How does the essence sound? Question's fine. Is it the photo?
Take that!
It's not the photo? Ugh, what the fuck? Come on, Pooh Brain, get your shit together. What's is soap?
Take that!
It's not the soap. Why is it the soap? Why is it the soap? Why is it the soap? How is it the soap? What? That's the one I was like confident it wouldn't be that. That's why I did the envelope first, even though I don't think we're doing with the envelope yet. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Now we're getting to the red disc? Okay, that's fine. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. This is the problem when I figure out what it seems to be going, like, too early. Because then I'm doing things out of order and my brain doesn't know what to do. What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No, you mean... I thought that it was like wax or something. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. Yeah, I was thinking blood. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shemspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never. Oh yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains on the east end are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspear, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. I feel like I'm still kind of grumpy about this because I didn't put together that that was tea. And in my mind, nothing really pointed to it being tea when we saw it before. So for them to be like, what else was related to the tea at the scene of the crime? The coin in the soap was the tea. Feels like, I don't know. Feels like it didn't, whatever. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defense tea is still present at the scene of the crime. I thought that it was like wax or something. It didn't look like a frozen liquid to me. Yeah, I'm aware that there's red teas, but they didn't show us anything about the tea. I don't think this is really enough. I mean, to me, I thought this was brown. I didn't really interpret that as red. It does look kind of reddish now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, it's fine. Just don't you want to have access to water that way. But I thought you like melted wax and that's what he was making the coins out of. I was completely off in my theory, but like it makes sense, but it feels like the game didn't really give me a nudge in that direction, but it's okay. Frozen solid in the bar of soap. Until I have to specify it can't be wax because he's using the ice. But it's fine. It's fine. Black tea is also called red tea. Is it? I thought it was black tea. Doesn't remind me of the coin. No, it's fine. And also just it being like you're presenting the soap and then immediately presenting it again for a different reason. That always trips me up in every Ace Attorney when it's like, what do you want me to show off? It's the same evidence again. I'm like, that can't be right. So it is, I'm just like, eh. I mean, it's kind of like me metagaming the game that like puzzle design, you shouldn't just do it again, but it's clever to use it again for different reasons, but then I'm always just thrown off by it. The tea itself is black. Right, the leaves. Extraordinarily. When you brew it strong. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if 1 drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Arga, you smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it. I could never. To determine whether or not it contains any poison. Different types of tea look different and important in different Japanese cultures, and they know the British tea is reddish, would be something more obvious to a Japanese audience. That's fair. Bailiff, instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. The establishment the pipes were frozen. The pipes are frozen. Plus the oddity of the red spot in the soap disappearing. If you don't want to look as well, I have to remember a lot of little details. Right. Yeah, which is fair. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks? None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. That's bad, I interpreted. Yeah. That's fair. We managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Yippee. Multi-day trials, yeah. I've really gotten used to, like... The thing is, there's pros and cons to each, but... The one-day trials, when there's a lot to cover, the pacing suffers really hard. When it's just like, you think you're near the end, and the 8th curveball of the day comes into play, and then they're like, I guess we have to see, and it says to be continued, and you're like, oh my god, like, that could just be so much for one setting to be like, it's so much trial. So breaking it up is appreciated, but, you know. Phew! We made it back in one piece. One piece. Just 1-5 error. Lots of trial and error. Yeah. I think we can keep going for now.
We'll see. I'm feeling it a little bit in my throat, but I want to keep going for now. I thought we were finished there for a while. Pirate song? Never. Simply remembering everything? A lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London, you were very nearly flattened several times. Oh no! I didn't mean that. You silly. Thank you, Jazz Fusion. Yes, I know. I was gone for 10 minutes, what I miss? The police have to test the coins for the tea and the poison in the tea, so court is reconvening tomorrow. It was a marvelous defense, Naruto-san, it really was. I was in awe of you. Thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Let's do that. It's been a while since we've had a mid-trial investigation. Is everything all right? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. I don't like when Suzato rotates to face me. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes. I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And he had a thing that he was going to tell us about, and then he died. You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. There's a new Bailey, kid. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Suzato-san. Thank you. What's up? One long case instead of two. Yeah, if the... I don't even know how that could be in one game. That's way too much. It's quite a shock earlier today. It was quite a shock, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. That was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Suseki-san's poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Suzato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we've yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told he'd be returning to the hospital ward, where he was receiving treatment. Which one is that? Let me see. Yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bart's. Yeah, we should probably visit the hospital later. St. Me? What next? What next? You thought he was noble and upstanding, right? Oh my god, the first time I saw that Shakespeare dude, I was like, this man is trustworthy and will be a great witness in a future crime he has nothing to do with. So we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. Not his theme! No! I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me. I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London's the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though. If you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Huh? Naruhodo-san? Sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better, that was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. You tease. Why do you have to trip on that kitten? No, not now, pup time. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? What? Ooh, I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. Hands! You know, I've just been playing a lot of Red Steel on the Wii recently. Which made me think, when I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. No one has thought about Red Steel in years. I'm always thinking about Red Steel. The hit video game for the Nintendo Wii. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. That's the name for Von Karma in Japanese. Ugh. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. The headband tied around his sheath? Oh yeah, I see. I guess I haven't said anything about it, but yeah. To get out of the capsule? Yeah, woo. Very exciting. Ooh, a shovel. But she's 16. Perhaps we should put this spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. I would call that a shovel. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. In my mind, it's more about size and length of handle. Is shovel versus spade. But, you know. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave this spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. Oh, they're so cute. Ooh, look at that ladder. Less concave. I mean, typically, yeah. I heard that there's another room behind that door. I don't know when ladders were invented. There's one right there. It's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. The only secret I have is the 5-yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daruma doll. I'm surprised she didn't say something about it. She knows everything that's in blue text. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. A 5-yen banknote? That's like 10 bob. In England, they're called aquariums. They were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes. The English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too. I never thought of it that way. I'm not sure that's really the idea. Why not? It should be. I'm rethinking aquariums now. Everything in red text is true, everything in blue text is mind-readable. Blueprints! Alright, let's go. Yeah. Meh. Wait, not the room, the hospital. I read that as like his no, I was coming here. We can just also visit him in the hospital? It's fine. That's who I wanted to see. Hello again, Inspector Gregson.
What are you doing, eh?
Well, have a good one, Books. We're hoping to have another look around, actually. Let me ask you another one. But yeah, but you know, the midnight snack calls. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score.
Yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it?
Yep, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said.
Thank God. Thought I was gonna be like, nope, there was no soap there.
It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. It won't be revealed dramatically at the trial. Actually, it still might. He might be like, we got the info and we're not going to tell you until it's dramatically presented at the trial. And then they go, there was poison in it.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Sorry?
Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in any.
Alright.
Yeah.
Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
On Lord Van Zeek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you got something for me, he says.
Oh dear. Poor you.
Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleating nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest. Warm chips. What have I not already examined? If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Suzato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. From all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspear must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Now coins me to freeze to death. I know, I don't carry loose change anymore. For a while, I would have a pile of quarters in my car for, like, meters and stuff, but I don't remember the last time I needed quarters for a meter. They all have fucking apps now. Can't scan this QR code and go to a website, and you're stuck waiting on service. I mean, like, come on, load the stupid website. It's great. The future's amazing. So it turns out that Mr. Shamspear wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate while holding a fork in his hand is solved. How they managed to ice-proof their machines. Yeah, I know. Seems like a tricky thing to solve with 1900 technology. Used to collect coins obsessively. I paid for my $32 Spirit Tracks game with coins. I'm sure the cashier loved you. Surprise his latest ice coin out of its mold. 2 days of Cold Dark was fun. Ugh. I yearn for the halcyon days of eating loose change. You could pick someone up and shake them and determine how many coins they'd eaten. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. It was a hell of a deduction. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. $32 all year. I mean, listen, we're getting a $40 Rhythm Heaven. I'm still shocked that it's half the price of Mario Kart. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. Romeo and Juliet aren't real? Oops. Look at the costumes. I wasn't looking at those. Rhythm Heaven Fever on Wii sells for 120, used to buy for 10. Nice. That is a bargain. Well, one of them. The sun never shines in this room. That's true. Thanks to that depressing bricked up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. What else? What else am I missing then? Maybe we come back later? But I mean, even in the like, from the earlier games that had split trials, sometimes it was really obvious when it was like, clearly there's shit we're missing, and then you go to a new place and you're like, oh, now you can go backstage, now you can go over here, now you have an idea of like, wait, there's a thing we didn't know about. But right now I'm like, I don't know. We'll come back. Hospital bed for Miss Green. How's Sholmes doing? Oh, Runo and Susie, hooray, you're back. Rotates to face you. You're in fine spirits as always, I see, Iris. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. I'm gonna eat him. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor? Yeah, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Barak Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Barely. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how, exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. I love that series, Final Terminus. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Mr. Zato, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. He senses it. Just if you read between the lines. It's subtle. But you can just find it. Tell me about the smell first, and then we'll move on. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Racism? In my turn of the century England? Well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? It's blue! My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. How convenient. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. That's certainly unsavory. So when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris? Pay for the bit. Some real estate was put on the middle of trying to live in Albert for the Gestapo and the Islamic events. Heard that there would be a Japanese attorney. It looked 20 minutes before anyone could up against Maybe? Like, genuinely maybe? I don't know. Which is funny. At the ready, Hurley. I'm assuming we'll learn more about his whole deal. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Does it turn blue? Because you're putting blue dye into a red tea, so it turns darker. It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. But I need, like, a different example. Isn't my chemical romantic? Swear to God. You dislike Miguel is probably one of the case. But if it has to do with Japanese people specifically, then it's a hell of a coincidence if you didn't know Naruhodo was going to be on the case. Yeah, I don't know. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. Okay, but now you've ruined a good cup of tea. What a great invention. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Oh, I dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. That's the point. In the world of criminal investigation, also. Forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. Somewhere in the future, Emma's theme is playing. I regularly engage in the scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. No, it's quite based, I assure you. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I should find out more about that. But first, let's talk about Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Suzato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. Oh. Okay. Now, what the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. But the veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Okay. We'll just try to not think about it for now. So your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps some more practical examples required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints. A nomenclature of my own design is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Okay. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Runo. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. The descending pitch of the sounds. Good. Your commitment astounds me. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie. Oops. Well, I might as well threatening things. I might. You might. I like this fireplace. One of the best things I've seen to me around the country. I yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet in the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. I like this Western-style kotatsu. Ah! Curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. Even more curious to think that Iris's father's notes about Sholmes' case are inside it. You mustn't look in there, Runo. Those notes are a secret. And Sholmes isn't somehow in on the secret. Hurley tends to forget, you see, as soon as he solved the case, in fact. Once when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant. Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? Aliens. Aliens. Look at all these mementos of Sholmes' past cases. Miss Susato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them. But yours don't, do they, Runo? Well, I have read The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes now, by order of Miss Susato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. Well, he does solve the cases in the end. I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. Maybe. Maybe. Are we sure? We're not. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. The epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. I just don't get it. He's working. Wow. Maybe. This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's imposing. Ah, Hurley's great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all, you know. but I've never seen anyone actually using it. Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it. Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation then? Oh, Runo, you're razor sharp today, aren't you? Sholmes is an orange cat. Sholmes seems to be making funny faces at something on his desk. I thought he said he was going to come with us to Mr. Shamspeare's room. No, Daddy's preparing something, Mr. Naruhodo. Something amazing. He's asleep. And he's doing it whilst asleep. Is there no limit to the man's talents? He's asleep like that. Good. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin, the one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called? Shadi something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. Strata what? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragivor. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Is Stragivordibor. Stradivorkibor. Selective hearing and seeing and recall and everything. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. A charming shelf full of charming bottles full of charring ingredients. You know, Hurley mistakenly drank from one of them the other day. And how? I think he was lucky though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation. It's living with Sholmes that's the hazard, if you ask me.
Iris, I must be off.
Oh, Hurley, where are you going at this hour? Have a good one, Hurley. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Runo. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Here's hoping he explodes. Another idea I had was the barrel coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Runo? Anything but buck up Runo, obviously. I suppose you're right. I'll tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month and see. So many sleepless nights. It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is. It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Wait there, I'll fetch the special blend I prepared for today.
Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you?
She looks so happy at the prospect. And after you've drunk it, I'll collect some experimental data, if that's all right. Just what is she about to make me drink? Explosions. In a bottle.
Thanks for the hydrate.
If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again.
Now I've made Suzaru-san angry as well.
Okay. Never just explodes. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. Or maybe she's asleep as well. Can't find Coke Explodey? What is the... It's just Coke Explodey, not Coke Explodey. There it goes. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. The blend third from the right would be good for you, Runo. Iris? This girl's destined for great things, I'm sure. Let's go. We're going to... prison. Rat. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. I hear angry voices. Oh, leave her alone! Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Get the fuck away from her. Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my Shemspeare dance. No, I'm beholding it. I wish I wasn't, but I am. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Like out of a horror game. Lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another world. He was looking, that's what he's doing. Looking at my terrible work. Dances at you menacingly. The Eastern fellow so darkly clad. Faith in thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Uh-huh. Good. Anon exunt. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything all right? Yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. No, she's sick. Having to sit. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them like that? Hee hee. If you were a patient here, I feel sure you take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Zato. Rat! I guess I never looked at that last time. Yeah, just make sure I'm not missing anything else. Green Lady, so are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really. Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Wait, okay. Well, is that all I can do here? I don't see what else. So I guess I'll go now. Goodbye, rat. Be good. Okay, is Shom's gonna show up there? Let's see. Oh, well. I think he's here now. This used to be a rat stream. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene?
Oi, what are you doing here, Sholmes?
What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Legit volume warning. White man jump scare. God. What's all this?
He's hardware.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'll keep the volume low.
He's hardware. He's hardware. He's hardware.
Hardware.
He's hardware. Oh my god. No!
She had the costume on him. Joe racism moment. Great. That's Ace Attorney. Ugh. Okay. What is all this? There's Soul left. That's just normal owns the stream things. So if you go there first and then come here, he just teleports in once you've done with everything else. That's great. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Hairlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Really hate the phrase skin print. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Shamspear's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Try them on. Now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Oh no, Chad. Why? Spray? How do I do that? A little press of R on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Don't spread on the bed. Nothing to lose, I suppose. And Gregson's just fine with this? Yeah. Okay. But, whoa. And then over here, over the... Are those paw prints? Look, there's dozens of handprints here. Oh. So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. What was he doing in that painting? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such a close quarters, I feel. Very true, Mr. Zato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. And over here.
Nice.
Hey, Romeo vs. Juliet got real nice. They had a lot of fun that night. And it's none of our business. Have I sprayed everything? Lets me double up on sprays and then doesn't take inputs for a while. I know. I'm aware. Huh? Look around you. What am I missing? Is there a square I haven't squared? Let's just get what you're done. What am I missing? What? This way over there. Over where? What? What have I not sprayed? Chat, what have I not sprayed? What have I... Just tell me. Rug? Right there. There's prints on there. Over there. There. Where? What the... The floor bottom right. What the fuck? Okay, look at all this here. Thank you. Yes, interesting. I mean, I sprayed around the envelope just in case, and it was like, nothing. I was like, okay. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Oh, they had a lot of fun with Romeo vs. Juliet. Why are there so many in the floor in this one spot? Perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Like, especially different than the colored floorboard, drawn on a different animation cell, I wonder. This is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. There's no obvious explanation. There we go. Okay. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say. Yep. Oh, look at that. The handprints on the floor here, are there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? And I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. What is it, Miss Susato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean it's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Susato. So what do we have in here?
Oi, what are you lot doing?
Inspector Gregson.
Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around under the floor here.
Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Oh, now he's looking. A secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to Tommy, Matt. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious? Oh. I'll investigate it once. Up on the box! There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over there over and over one place like that. Gregson said ORZ. He sure did. There you are, a print for you. Photograph of the handprints on the wall. Okay. Thank you very much. His invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Guess we'll leave. See you later. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Sure about Iris. Inspector Gregson? Really? It's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? And I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such good friends.
We're not friends.
No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Thanks for the raid, Sephiram. Well, we're, I don't know what we're doing. It's Ace Attorney. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Alright then, fair is fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all? I suppose I should at least fill you in.
Really, Inspector? Thank you.
Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know?
All of them. All of them. That's all I gotta say. Useful to useless in record time. Well, he was really useful there, so the writers have to reset him. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago.
It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester.
Not terrible.
It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first.
Oh my goodness. He committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder.
Thanks, Evie.
Oh, fuck. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about 1,000 pounds. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. And now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? Ensconced is a good word. I suppose, now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back of the yard and see if we can turn anything up.
Yeah. Take a look at that right now. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden, just the one name, by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He'd been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Alright. Tell me about the photographic print.
So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me.
Huh. And there's a guy that died previously in this building. And then Miss Green had, okay. It's all connected. The Dirk Gently school of thought is working wonders here. It would appear to have been taken on the streets in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. This building sucks. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps?
Perhaps you can take that print if you like.
Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Is that true?
Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes of one's leisure, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you.
A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Hidden photographs been in the court record. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Maybe.
Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it?
Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yeah, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Nothing at all? Nothing at all? Oh? Okay. Oh. They went all out with this animation and they were right to do so. Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. After the time skip, Wagahai was living with them and we didn't have an explanation for that, right? They were just like, oh look, it's Wagahai. And I was like, what? So that's fun, that was another clue that we missed stuff. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. No, we did? Oh, we did? I just forgot. Yeah, I know they adopted a time skip, but I thought that they were just like, oh look, it's Wagahai, the cat we have now. And it was just like, what? So it's like he left behind to them. I guess they must have talked about it, I forgot. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. Oh. Mm-hmm. Glad we got that subtitled. Thank you for the bits. Oh yeah. Oh, really going to town. Oh, sleeping. He couldn't be happier now. Look. I just hope it can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Oh, look at the cat. Making biscuits. Oh, back to sleep. Hello. Very wise. Oh, big stretch. Oh, I see. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagga High. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Am I done here? Very good loaf. I think I might be done here. And very important. Remember that cat for later. How's he holding up? Yep, that tracks. Mr. Natsume's back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Hello. Something cat doors. Don't talk to me about cat doors. I am a cat. Sorry. I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? There he is. He's back. I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. He's that guy on Zoom. What guy on Zoom? There's a guy saying he's not a cat on Zoom? I assure you I'm not a cat. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. The judge? The guy who's not a cat. No. No. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court proved that there's hope. Oh, lawyer with the cat filter. Right. I do remember that. With putting the things on him. Alright, yeah. Yep, that's good. I want to pull. Are you a cat? I'm a cat, I'm not a cat. Viz, when you're done grabbing the lawyer clip, do you mind grabbing a pull as well? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court in my lodgings. Appreciate it, please. Here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. There it is. We must. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom it was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Well, chat's all cats. All of everyone's. Everybody. I'm not a cat. Not me. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty. It pulls up, chat. Make sure you make your cat status true or false known. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. At the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus for tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Shamspear. That rotten Shamspear, what have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh, dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Yeah, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Dog chat rise up. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me.
Capital offender.
Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps.
Mel? Do you know anything about this article?
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Shakespeare's room.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please. You must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Gender fluid, but it's for being a dog and a cat. How's that poll coming? Oh my god, 70% of chat's a cat? That's a lot of cats.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Geradeb's house.
He lived where you do now.
That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now, in my very room.
Mm-hmm. And on the internet, no one can hear you meow. Non-cats are underdogs. Oh. Yeah, 73%.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now.
Thanks, Universe. Here's 20.
And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside, like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
There's more? Second family gave the Eastern Irish permission to do whatever they wanted with him as a character as long as they included he hated England. That's really good. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they had discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas.
I only found that out after I'd signed the lease.
Could it be there's a gas leak in the building that causes delusions in small quantities and asphyxia in larger quantities? No, probably not.
I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Geradeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling.
What's my favorite game?
Oh, I don't know.
I couldn't say just one. Too many. Definitely not this video game. I'm having a terrible time. It's a lie. Gas isn't real. You're crazy. A gas leak? It's never a gas leak.
If I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room.
Pick your favorite child.
Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Geradeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Tiny Terry's turbo trip. Yeah, that's up there. And now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And you talk about having nightmares. I think gas leak is looking more and more likely here.
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up.
Struggling to... God, why didn't I see it earlier?
And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And that's what happened to Mr. Shamspear last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms? We have no idea. Well, do you know about this? Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but
It's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
But
You're too kind, I accept it gladly.
sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Okay. We're gonna show it to... What about... Is she here? I can't actually present stuff to her, though. Rat. Anything on here? No. Over here? Yeah, woo! Okay. I wasn't expecting something to be here. I'm fine with that. How he turns Pac-Man? Well, you see, the clues are pellets, and you're moving through a maze, which is the logic of the case. And you're eating the clues in order to eventually get to the power pellet, which is the contradiction that lets you then turn about and go after the ghosts. And there's ghosts. And ghosts are real. Garrideb? I can show him the photo, maybe. Yeah. Oh, you're here now, Mr. Garrideb. That makes sense, thank you. You're welcome.
Right, bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Perchance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. Yeah, Sholmes is here. It is jarring when he's just suddenly there. You saw a Pac-Man show? Well, we had Ron Asheville's guest these days. Well, you know, it does help when you're like, wait, there's a gas leak.
So what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh?
Well, you know. Your lodgings.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. And my next day... Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here? Pee! Thanks, Mothmith.
Never hurts to keep an eye on things, in any case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful.
Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips.
Like, there's a reason houses need windows? Yeah, but, you know, taxes in the past.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap.
There's no need for that, Mr. Garrideb. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? He's not fishy, he's kitty.
Yeah. That failed actor chap, let me see, of course. It's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And how long ago was the thing? Well, this doesn't say. On October, and I think it's February now, so that tracks. And to what do I owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens.
Selden, the convict. Does Selden Shamspear have some kind of connection, then?
That convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
3 months ago, and then that's when he moved in? Well, yes, we've seen the reports from the newspaper at the time. It's almost as if a guy who moved in right around the time of Selden's death wanted access to that unit in particular. But who could say?
It's only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Yeah, he wanted the middle room, but it wasn't available.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those cars must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor, nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate. Lo, indeed. I too often perform a dance when I secure a lease.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. And the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Sholmes? Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. A berry dance? I would never. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines.
I wish to divulge my own learning on the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Great. Can I show you this?
I'm tired.
Okay, well. How about the photo then? Love the secondary detail on his clothes. Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap.
Surprised that Shamspear has been here for 3 months, hasn't paid a dime in rent or gas, is still allowed to live here. Yeah, you know. He's just that generous. Would you mind telling us a little more about him?
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, and after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to all the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all badly collapsed. Because of the gas. Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house.
Did you get them replaced, or did you just do a patch job? I guess we'll find out. Even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's the bally curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now.
I'm increasingly upset with this man, because someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me, actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk.
If you'd excuse me.
Let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Mrs. Otto, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sadly, he didn't address it, though, so I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. That's gonna play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. Or doesn't it? I think we should leave well alone.
I suppose you're right.
Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. No address, but a full first and last name. Okay. Olive Green? Chat, act surprised. The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Suzeki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. He's got such a sense of humor. What? Okay. I'm gonna go now. Goodbye. Can I be like, hey, what's up? We should probably talk to her. She's gone! Rat ate her. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news. Hopefully, just before she leaves. What is it? What? Miss Green? She was just thirsty. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. Content warning, I gotcha. But one moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. May I see what was there? Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right. That's not grape juice. No, it's water. I don't have anything else to tell you. She's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. But first, let me just pry into your affairs. This is the card she was looking at so intently before. Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects. Right, I should save peeking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Miss Susato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either. How about that? More for discussion of suicide and on-screen animal death. Ew. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no. Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. I got an achievement. Okay. I did. That's not how that works. Hello. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. I mean, we know that the Naruhodo clan has powerful stomachs for ingesting things. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. What if I show her a photo? That will probably put her in good spirits. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? No. No! Don't drink it! Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Get that rat away from there. Miss Green, are you alright? The rat's fine. He once got hit by a car and only twisted his ankle. It's true. I didn't mean to startle you like that. Dr. Cheddar! It's alright, I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why I decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garrideb's. Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that was just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. That's rough. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! No, the rats! No, the rat! No! The rat is pretending. The rat's part of the theater troupe, chat. Don't worry about the rat. He's trained, and he's gonna get a big pile of cheese. He's my favorite character. Surely you were not just about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. We'll make your presence known next time. It's sad. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. He just made the rat drowsy. He drank the missing texture fluid. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. This is, yeah, he's turning this into Minority Report. All right. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Don't make me look. I don't want to. I don't want to. That mouse seems to be sleeping. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. He's just, you know, it's not a dead parrot. He's pining for the fjords. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. I mean, to be fair, like, human medicine might be fatal to a rat. It's fine. You don't think? I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. Not Dr. Cheddar. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yeah, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
Thank you, Cesaro. This is why she's the best.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? Were you about to eat cheese on the floor? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No! Miss Green, please. Please talk to us. Mm. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Get this woman a Wagga high stat. I agree. She got hit by a baseball bat. It did. She did. She did. Of course. Perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? Why is there poison in the medicine cabinet? You know, in case you need to poison someone in the hospital. None. It could also just be an actual medicine that's just used in very small doses. I can't talk to her about anything. Do I have anything else to show her that'll make her feel better? Know anything about this criminal? Miss Green, about this. Could you hold that there for a moment? Don't move. No, the aesthetics are all wrong. Is it wrong that I feel so thoroughly rejected? Okay. It feels like there's something else I'm supposed to do here. It feels very weird. They'd be like, okay, bye. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the lines I'm thinking of. Let me look at this again. Then it feels like this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask her about it. There we go. I wasn't about to leave. Have a good VOD. Appreciate you swinging by. The most common rat poison is used as a blood thinner for heart patients. Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written on the envelope or the card. Hey, look, that envelope is missing a very suspicious chunk. It arrived by post in my home the day before the incident that put me in hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Oh. Oh, wow. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. The Slug and Salad. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day. you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Aha. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, the street that Mr. Garrett's house is on. The slugs add flavor. Yeah, it's like an umami. Does this mean... I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So how did half of that envelope wind up inside of HimSpin's room? So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. This poor woman. Yeah, HimSpin. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Miss Green. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. She's the main character of the world. Well, it would appear that we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. They made a background version of this scene. A nighttime version of this background. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garrett's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barack Van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. His ass will not be there. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's case until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. What a case! And that's the end of case 2. On to case 3, right? Post a pic of someone's profile in the game files doesn't appear in-game. Sure, one sec. We'll pick this up next time. Only the same 6 jurors. There's like 8 total jurors that exist. Yeesh. Alright. Let me get the hell out of here. Let me... wait, no. Don't quit back the title. Sure. There we go. Yes. Correct? Yeah. Good. Yeah, no, I have to call it. Even if I was like, I have energy, keep going. My poor throat cannot. It's a lot of reading. A lot of voices. I like to do the voices, but it is more taxing. Anyway, let me get caught up. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. This is fun. This case is absurd. But, you know, that's what I expected. Oh, yeah, let me get that permit. Just for Tom. There you go. Thanks again. I'll be back on Sunday with possibly more of this. Oh, yeah, look at him. Good old Selden. Interesting. All right. Let me figure out what the hell I missed. But thanks. He's got the O. Also, thanks for all the bits. Appreciate it. Tom Fuller, thanks for the 96 bits. Ashmore Phoenix, thanks for 100 bits. Smash Matt, thanks for 100 bits. Kale the Dragon, thanks for 82 months. Tria, thanks for the raid earlier. Username, thanks for 100 bits. Happy birthday again. Ludo History, thanks for 14 months. Soseki, man. Lil Haug, thanks for 32 months. Bryce, thanks for the raid. Tom, thanks for the bits. Anyway, I got the dress on. Let's wrestle. Cinema Coco, thanks for 11 months. Brock, thanks for 67. I'm a computer, thanks for 6.5 years. I appreciate it. Tina, thanks for soup. Oswald, thanks for the bits. Afterglow Forest with the raid. Salem the Cat, thanks for the 100 bits. I'm all gassed up and ready to go for this trial. Wording, Susato-san. Yeah, that has even more meaning now. Mega Club, thanks for 23 months. Fickle Cat, thanks for 96. Agandar Incognito, thanks for 2 years. Roboy, thanks for 69 bits. Sephi ran with a raid. Evie, thanks for 14 months. Gamer Dylan, thanks for 100 bits. Universe, thanks for 20. Mothman, thanks for 100 bits. P, I'm gonna. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. And Ashborn, thanks for 100. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's the too much. That is too much. This entire game is too much. Did we see the skin prints? We sure did. Yeesh. Anyway, I'm gonna go throw you over to somebody. I think I'm gonna throw you over to Viz. I think Bath and Nicole are playing Faz, but I don't get to raid Viz very often, so I'm gonna raid Viz. Viz is doing some marathon. Juliet won. Yeah, won. Yeah, that is indeed the raid message. I yearn for the halcyon days of eating soap. The back-to-back banger lines in this game. We had the beetling and decrabbed, and now we got the halcyon days of eating soap. So, yeah, go eat some metaphorical soap. Don't eat real soap. But yeah, have a good one. I'll be back on Sunday with probably more on this, unless I really decide I need to rest my throat more. But I'm enjoying it more. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm having a good time. Hope you're enjoying it as well. And I'm gonna send out the raid. So have a good one. Be well, and get the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Shoo! I sub when I want. Yeah, don't listen to me. Thanks for watching, Bob Watchers. Hope you enjoyed a chunk of Case 2. I can't even say Case 2. We're not done. I hope you're enjoying it. Be well. Take care. Goodbye.